just going to go do my typical announcements here. People can hear us, but we are... yes. Oh, yeah, totally. I can totally do that. Yeah, just get the little page, like, getting ready. We'll be here soon. But yeah, I found out last time that I had a guest on that everyone could hear her, but they couldn't hear me because I had muted my mic in Streamlabs. And so now I'm just like, okay, well, everyone's going to hear this conversation, so that's fine. So hello, if anyone's here. Oh yeah. We'll just, we'll do a redo, right? Oh yeah, totally, exactly. Oh, too funny. All right, so why did I rate same as yesterday? How do you internet? How do you internet? Oh, goodness gracious. Alright, cool. Yeah, save. Yeah, I ended up taking a very long nap yesterday, and like from 6 to 9 because my cat likes to scream early in the morning, waking me up. So I got up too early. Did that, and then so obviously I could not go to bed at a reasonable time. Instead, feed food now. Do your services, human. Oh god! And then once he's fed, then he's lovable. Then that's when all the affection comes. But not a moment sooner. Yeah, he's just sleeping right beside me. Yeah. It's nuts. They really do know when it's about to happen. And like he'll start getting hungry or start demanding food an hour beforehand. If I'm streaming, he does it 2 hours beforehand. And it's just cause like that's how he goes. I would love it if he was a little more polite about it, but whatever. I would like it if you didn't wake me up at 6 in the morning, cat. Have you considered that? Your cuddles are nice, but they don't make up for what you do to me every day. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, no, he's asleep. Present, but asleep. All right, cool. Yeah, I've shouted out in enough streams, I think. I don't know. I just want to start the painting. All right, so just get to it. So, hello everyone. How are you today? I hope you are doing well. Today, I've got my friend Mikey DC from Creature Club Podcast. I thought it would be fitting. He's going to be painting some monsters, and over on his podcast, he has a lovely podcast, as I said, Creature Club Pod, where they talk about monsters all the time. Yeah. If you want to, you know what, that would be really cool. I'd be cool with that. I'm cool with that. And hello there, Peppy. How are you? Nice to see you. Nice to see you join in. Yeah, no. So yeah, if you want to pull that out there, Mikey, if you've already got it on you. If not, I actually have. I made sure to actually. So I don't know if I told you about this before. I think I did. It was a year or two ago. I was invited to a podcast to talk about, you know, whatever subject I wanted, RPG related. So I picked Giants because I was working on it, and I've got all these notes. And that episode never released, and I'm never going to stop talking about that because I was really happy with how that episode turned out. No. No. I just like to tease people like, oh, so that thing that you and me did together? Yeah? No. Oh, I remember you talking about that. That's what it was. Yeah. I love that. Oh, they're so good. Yeah, so these are the Reaper bones, and these are actually recreations of these two same sculpts, but at a larger scale. Oh yeah, I love them. Like, I'll pull up just a couple of other ones. Now, I mentioned on. They are plastic. So, let's pull up a couple more minis here. I'll be right back. Here we go. Oh no. Yeah, so how's the weather? So one thing to mention is that the scale for Reaper and WizKids minis are a little bit different. So like this is the WizKids Fire Giant, and you can see like compared to these two Reaper ones, it's a fair bit smaller. And this is actually after they already upscaled them. And then these two over here are the Frost Giants, which are larger than the Fire Giants, which is like pretty appropriate for D&D. But then like when I pull out like the WizKids Frost Giant, it's colossal in comparison. Like, and like this isn't even mentioning like the storm giant I have in the back over here, who's like yeah, so like, so you remember like in 4th edition they had giants and titans, right? Yeah, so like I think you could totally like get away with doing something like this. Like, yeah, these are giants, but these are titans. If that was exactly, yeah. That is exactly what my thoughts were. Yeah, well, these are supposedly... Hey, Shay, nice to see you there. These are supposedly all 28mm scale. It's just, I think Reaper considers giants to not be that big. Because, like, if I pull out... where's my little guide that I always use for scale? So, like... I'm doing swell. I'm doing all right. I'm playing with my toys. It's good. Because like compared to like this little guy, like these are still absolutely giants, right? Like if I just take this one figure and I compare them to knock everything over. Cool. I came to hang out, maybe play with these toys, but I guess I'll just look at them. That's cool too. No, you've already got D&D toys. Look at the dollar store toys. Mom, it's not the same. So we all had that. Oh, you're a guest. This is what it makes it more dynamic. It's a bit more fun this way. I mean, Reaper is unlicensed stuff, so well, I mean, like, because like Reaper's been doing minis forever, right? Like, I think they're like from the they're at least from the 90s, if not the 80s. Like they're pretty what's the word I'm looking for? I want to say OG, but I think that's very yeah. Established. Yeah. That's the word. Oh, absolutely. Like, I mean, like that's kind of the nice thing about it, right? Like if you want if you want the like monster manual monster, like yeah, WizKids, Gale Force 9, they've got your backs. But like, you know, the Frost Giants have here would be perfect like if you're playing like Frostgrave or something like that. And like I absolutely, let's fix up the focus here. I love the amount of details that they throw in with their stuff. Like something that you'll see they do, like she's gonna have like pouches on her. She's got like a little keg, like a little barrel there. Like it's never just the bare minimum. Like she has decals on her armor, has an extra axe. Yeah, you actually get the sword sheaths and stuff like that. Oh, absolutely, right? Like you got the Valkyrie helmet, and then this other one over here has like a young moose like strapped to her back, like she's just come back from hunting and stuff. Like, and again, she's got the stuff, more daggers. Yeah, that's like a tiny moose. Let's see here. Because like I think that's the only thing that I criticize, because this is a Reaper mini here too. Like I feel like they must have intended this to be much larger than they actually ended up going with. Maybe it's like an infantile elk, but like if it's infantile and it's like that size, like it's not going to have horns. That's the only criticism. That's the only part I don't like about this model. Mm-hmm. I don't see anyone else besides you and Shay. But looking at, let's take a look here. I see that there are 7 viewers, but not sure how many of them are joining in. I know a few of them. You're one of them. There we go. I know that a few of them, the viewers that I have, are actually based in the EU, and it's pretty late for them, so a lot of them will just kind of lurk like ninjas. Yeah, exactly. Shay is one of them. Shay will lurk and will speak up now and then. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it can be nice for the person who's like streaming, but at the same time, I get like being shy and stuff. Like I get that. Yeah. Yeah. Woohoo! Yeah. Yeah. I am trying to get some mix for skin tone here. Trying to recreate the same one that I did for the last giant there. But like you know, since I've got you there, Mikey, your hands are free. What does the monster manual tell us for fire giants? Yes, yes. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Malule. Yeah. I I think if I recall in the lore, what is it like historically with what do you call it? Forgotten Realms, that the dwarves were once a long time ago like servitors of the fire giants, and if I recall, like or not fire giants, it just says giants, but I think the presumption is to be made that they were fire giants, that they before they, you know, escaped. I that's the one thing that always kind of gets me with D&D. Everything was a slave race at one point or another. It's a little outdone, you know. But oh, oh yeah. Can you can you? Oh, that's right. Yes. Um, yeah, that's right. Because I am. If you have Spotify Prime, you can just listen to what I'm listening to. Yeah, the Kuotoa, the Darrow, the Dwargar, like all of them, and it's like, man, kind of one note here, guys, and it's not like that was not a real thing. Like, if you want. Mm-hmm. Weird fish people. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, this is a very poppin' chat right now. Thanks for coming in, guys. Clearly, Mikey, you were the key to my success. You're not allowed to leave. Clearly. um. Yeah. No, having a second person on stream is actually super fun. I've enjoyed being that person, and like I've being that seat where you can just because it gives the person who's like hosting a little bit more ability to focus on what they're doing in the likes. But yeah, but no, absolutely, a peppy. There's so much, like, and I can understand why. It very, very clearly why a lot of people get very upset with like the undertones of racism. Yo, yeah, what's up? Oh, you can't hear him? Let me. I think I know what it is. Oh no, should be able to. Can't hear Mikey. Can you hear him now, a Peppy?
Why so
quiet? So it should, like, if you can hear the music, you should be able to hear Mikey. Can you also hear the music? Here. Okay, so I know what I can do here. So I'm gonna blast my ears a little bit, and I'm gonna turn your volume up.
I know they didn't die on purpose, but sometimes I feel like I can't forgive them for leaving.
So I'll do that, and I'll put that down a bit, lower the music volume. Able to hear the music. We can hear the music clearly, but not the person. Pause the music. Okay, can you hear him now? Oh, I can see iShow stopped. Why? Oh, okay, you know what? I know what I'm gonna do. I think its Discord is refusing to cooperate with my audio sounds. Voice and video. There we go. How about now, guys? Nope, doesn't show through there.
Test 1 2. Whoa.
There we go. Now,
Test 1 2.
yeah, I'm gonna turn you
Test 1
down
2.
just a little bit.
Can you hear me? It works. You can hear me now.
Yes.
Oh gosh. There's a voice. It is me. Test 1 2, guys. How's it going? I've been talking to you guys, and you can't hear me. Hello, everyone.
The
How are
entire
you?
time.
How's
Yeah.
it going? How's it going, everybody? I am Mikey. I'll just do what you said, Chris. I'm Mikey. I host a podcast called Creature Club. My name is Mike Lime, and I sometimes play video games badly. There we go. So, and I talk. And now I am here talking to Chris while we paint.
And maybe read the monster manual thing again because no one here heard it.
No one heard me. It was good that I was just, I'm just having a conversation with you, for just no reason.
It was a practice run, is what happened.
Yeah, practice run.
Yeah.
All right, stream starts now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome.
Hey guys, welcome to the stream. Nothing happened before this. Nothing. We're just starting now. Is there any jokes you want to do again? Did we say anything particularly funny?
I don't think so. I don't think so. We were just trash talking Ganon. That's all.
That's right. Yeah. we were making fun of your cat. I'm so sorry, Ganon. All right.
Oh, it wakes me up at 6 a.m. demanding food.
Yeah, we're talking about how cats just scream and they don't pay rent and they just want food and never say please or thank you, but they're adorable.
Oh,
they're
my
great.
God.
And they're cute. Okay, so I was just reading out, guys, in the monster manual, which this is my job in Creature Club podcast. So we're kind of just doing a Creature Club podcast about giants before it actually comes out. So here you go. Master crafters and organized warriors, fire giants dwell among volcanoes, lava flows, and rocky mountains. They are ruthless, militaristic brutes whose mastery of metalwork is legendary. So there you go. That's spoilers, I know, right? So yeah, what were we saying? You were saying that they were kind of so originally like the dwarves were slaves. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if people follow the Forgotten Realms, the dwarves were essentially captured by the giants and forced into labor, following Dungeons and Dragons one trick pony of this was a slave race. But this was their way of explaining, like, well, fire giants are the real master smiths, and that's why and how dwarves learned how to work with metalcraft is they learned it because no one can just know how to do something themselves. Like they can't discover themselves. They have to work for somebody else. Do volunteer hours.
Then where did the giants learn it from them?
Oh God!
Because who came first? No, but I like the dwarves. Dwarves is classic that they're master.
Yeah.
Like blacksmiths and stuff like that. I like them being, them people learning from them. And then if you want to go with where they get it from, then I don't know, maybe a god taught them how to do it, or some legendary godly figure came down and taught them how to do it.
Or like that. If you wanna keep the fire giants in, it could be that there was a kind fire giant that saw these people who were having troubles defending themselves, and they were basically following the mantra of teach a man how to fish, let me show you, you have all these rich minerals, you're clearly strong enough, you're very small, let me show you how to make a sword.
You're extremely small.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we could do things like that, still have that cool little bit of basically this hinting that the fire giants are actually better smiths. Because I like that. Or maybe dwarves came from giants, they were a creation of them, and then the over time dwarves are hey, why are we working for these guys? Can we just walk out?
Yeah, absolutely. And you can do that. as well. And even like as we were saying that like everywhere, see, like every single of those big races seem to have like, and there you have these slaves, which is this race.
Mm-hmm.
But like maybe they just like worked alongside each other, and if they're so
Mm-hmm.
evil, then I don't know, maybe they don't have to be evil, I guess. Maybe just one person just went like, hey, I can teach you the ways of this, or we can teach you the way of this and stuff.
Yeah, totally.
Lots of different ways you can do it.
I will
I'm
say.
trying.
Oh, go on. Yeah, yeah.
I was gonna say I was trying to get the music going to what you listen to, but it seems like this doesn't want to do it. So I'm just gonna sit inside, or just listen to my own music. I might just put on anime themes or something.
I can link you my playlist. Actually, my playlist is.
Oh yeah, it's on this Discord.
Yeah, yeah. You can click it and you can just pretend you're listening to the same song.
Sounds good. All right. Sorry, you were saying something. Go ahead.
About how Wizards of the Coast or D&D incorporates giants is it's not like just Norse giants. It's not just Greek giants. They kind of like take a little bit of both, and they're like, all right, well, we'll have the frost giants and the fire giants from Norse mythology, but we're also going to throw in some elements of like the hill giants. Very much to me seem like they're English mythology, because English fairy tales, like giants are often very less intelligent and just want to eat things.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
You got Jack and the Beanstalk, and I don't remember the other tale.
Like BFG as well.
Big
like,
Friendly Giant. Yeah.
Well, the BFG himself is not stupid, but like the UBFG, the evil giants in it are all kind of like a bit mean and kind of like dumb
and want to eat children. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Where is your playlist? Where did it go? Is it in memes? It must be in memes.
It's not in memes. I actually have it on my Twitch page. It's one of my panels.
Oh, you do? That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So you can listen to something very chill.
Like the playlist? Oh, there we go. Here it is.
Yeah.
I found it.
I found it. But yeah, no. I think that one element from, and I think this goes back to second edition D&D. I'll fill Dan's shoes a little bit because I am an old RPG nerd. Where they had it so that the explanation kind of bugs me on this part. There was this otherworldly deity who showed up. They don't say where he came from. He just showed up. I can't remember what his name was, but he ended up being the father of most of the giants, and I think he was supposed to very much be like a Norse figure, or that's where the inspiration from it came from.
Okay.
And he found the Forgotten Realms equivalent of Gaia, and was like, "Hey, let's make babies and take over the world." So that's where they end up coming from with that. Now, the reason why I mentioned Gaia here is because in Greek mythology, she actually is like, she was the mother of the Titans and the mother of the giants. They call it, what is it, the Titanomicon and the Gianomicon, I think is what they call it. There's two distinct stories in either Greek or Roman. I get the two mixed up all the time. It's what happens when one of them plagiarizes the other. But the idea was that the giants, following Gaia, who was a primordial, basically kept challenging the gods and warring with them, because it went primordials, titans, gods, and then the generation after that was the titans, or no, the giants. And Gaia was trying to restore things back to being in order of what she felt was, she was basically like the nagging old parent or grandmother, like, back in my day, this is how we did things. And
well, she can certainly try, but
yeah,
in D&D it just doesn't work that way.
But like I really liked that, like, in both of those kinds of origin lores, giants, both in Norse and Greek, warred against gods. Like that, like they were they were a force to be reckoned with. It wasn't just something big; it was something big and god-like level and strength. 'Cause
Yeah.
there were a couple of giants that did manage to, like, individually kill a god.
Yeah. Just a fun suggestion from Jack there. Dwarves were forged by the giants from stone. You can do
I
something
love
like
that. I love
Yeah,
that.
that's a very fun idea there. Very fun, very mythological. Very like lots of very lore. You know, lore.
Mhm.
I guess lorey isn't a word, but I'm going to use it there for that bit.
Lore rich, like, but
Lore
yeah,
rich. You know.
yeah. It
Very,
sounds
very fun.
believable. It sounds like
Yeah.
real world mythology. I actually have a couple of notes here. Let's see here.
Are you going to do this this giant with Ganondorf red hair as well?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go straight to, like, this fighter, like, heat looking hair, where it looks like, the head and is kind of the source of heat, and kind of like hot wires. The closer and more bunched up they are, the hotter they are, and then the closer and more spread out. Sorry, the more spread out they are and away from the head, the cooler they are, but they're still red hot.
Yes, very good.
Yes, good, excellent. But yeah, let's take a look at those notes there.
I've prepared some notes.
I did years ago. So there were, what is this? Nope, that is not it. Surt is the fire giant from Norse mythology. I've got that there. Did I lose a whole bunch of my notes? I think I did.
They're all gone.
Yeah.
After the great purge of deleting stuff for storage.
Yeah, more or less. Heck.
All right. So what? How do you spell that? Surt.
Surt. S-U-R-T. From what I recall,
S-U-R-T.
I could totally be wrong. Mike, you can fact check me on this. But
Surtsey is an island in Iceland. Surge Norse mythology, but go ahead, go for it.
If I recall, a lot of people talk about fire giants in Norse mythology, but if I recall correctly, Surt is the only one to actually be described as being a fire giant. Because there was the Jotuns, there's the frost giants, like, because I believe it's just Jotunheimer. I could be wrong.
Yeah, they Surt will come from the sides with flames, carrying a very bright sword.
Mm-hmm.
The giant with the flaming sword, they would always be it's described with that. So that's very cool. Cool imagery with that one.
Yeah. There was I can't. I wish I had my notes, because then I could say specifically what culture it was from. But there's one culture where humans first got flame from killing a fire giant, and taking its teeth, its flaming teeth, gave humans the gift of fire. I'm not even gonna try to guess who it was that had that, because I'll get it wrong. And then
Let's have a look at fire giants.
yeah, I found it in Wikipedia.
RuneScape. I'll go through the RuneScape with
RuneScape. There you go.
It's from RuneScape.
The original Wikipedia.
Yeah, I only use. Okay, that's not helpful at all. All right. It's all RuneScape. God damn it! How come it's just RuneScape? And here's some D&D 5e. Okay, RuneScape in the real world, not RuneScape. Fire giants in the real world, not RuneScape in the real world. I'm going crazy here, Chris.
It's all good, yo. After
giants in the real world.
How
They don't have
this
any. They don't exist.
how this this year has been, I think, or this last year was. I think we're all still in recovery. Mentally.
I think so, yeah. Man. Hold on. Okay, so there's obviously more Norse mythology.
Yeah.
There's the I don't even know if I'm pronouncing this right, but the Muspelheim. It's a hot, bright, glowing land in the south guarded by Surt.
Yeah.
That's not a fire giant, but that's the kind of land where it's guarded by him. That's pretty cool. All right, that's kind of fire. Is that like the fire giant place?
Maybe.
Sounds
Sounds like it's
fire
Surt's home.
giants. Yeah, in Marvel, There we go.
Yes, in Marvel, real world.
Yeah, like the real world. Unfortunately, I can't find anything here, but I can have a quick gander. But it seems like all we got is the Norse mythology here. Yeah,
Try googling fire giant teeth.
fire giant teeth. You got it.
See if
Fire giant teeth.
see
They
if
are
I'm
really
crazy.
big and flaming teeth. Here we go. Flaming teeth from the Fijian mythology.
Yes, that's the one.
Was, yeah. Was a giant who, I'm just going to read for verbatim from the wiki, was a giant who was so large his teeth appeared as burning logs. The giant tormented villages day after day, eating people and wreaking havoc. Mood. After so much burning and consuming of villagers, a band of brave men from the village got together. Full stop. They made a plan to surprise and ambush the giant by luring it under a giant rock and smashing its skull with it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. That's a very D&D way of doing things.
It's a very party solution. Yeah. Can we drop a rock on its head?
I guess that'll be like 5 different checks, but go for it.
Yeah.
They succeeded killing the giant, but its teeth were still aflame. The giants took the teeth back from to the village, and that was the first time man acquired the use of fire.
Yeah.
Excellent stuff. And that's from references Monsters, Evil Beings, Mystical Beasts by David D. Gilmour. Not David Gilmour from Pink Floyd. University of Pennsylvania Press. That's it. That's all we have on the Flame Teeth part there. That's very cool. That's Fijian mythology. That's a very fun idea.
I know that there's, again, I don't know if it's Greek or Roman. There was a god, giant, primordial, who knows. But it was the person who had created humans. It may have been Prometheus. And Zeus. Yeah, like the movie. That was where they got that from, is the idea of like creating humans, because the engineers made humans. But like the movie.
I had a guy in class with me, because it came out when I think I was still in secondary school, but a guy kept calling it Prometheus. Like, you're going to see Prometheus this weekend.
Oh,
like,
no.
And of course, we all went like, Prometheus. Oh, Prometheus. Jack is asking, do you have any preference of paint brand for minis?
I do. I personally use Vallejo Game Color. So I was using a dark flesh tone combined with a couple of dark reds and black for this. And I also use MSP Core Color. Now, they don't make Core Color anymore, but you can sometimes buy it off of Reaper Miniatures website. I got mine from Raffim Miniatures over in East Coast Canada. And I got them for like $1 a bottle, which is a steal.
Very good. Right.
But it also required a... Yeah. But it required a lot of work on my end, because I had a lot of bottles to shake. Yeah,
my arm.
I had very sore arms. But yeah, so the whole reason I was bringing... Oh, go on.
I was just going to say, Pepe was saying Prometheus, he gave us fire and then was punished by the gods to have livers picked out by birds every day. So that must be the one you're talking about.
That is exactly, it was a god, sometimes referred to, I think, as a titan, that gave humans fire. So yeah.
Very cool, yeah.
So that was fun. It's because Zeus is a historical jerk of legendary proportions.
Absolutely, yeah. God, that, like, fucking Zeus is the worst.
Every single story involves Zeus and some sort of ill behavior.
Sex with that, but in a different body. I'm gonna be a swan today.
Yeah.
Zeus is just fucking horny. Like,
very no. It was
yeah.
Not well. That is an entire discussion.
That is indeed, yes.
Oh goodness. But yeah, no. So that was basically what I was going to just bring up, is some of the, because I like that, because like if you look at like other cultures and stuff, like every culture has a dragon, But you'll also find almost every culture has a giant too, and they're usually like there's what is it in French? It's Gog and Magog, who were like bringers of the apocalypse,
Okay.
and they ate people. I'm very certain Gog and Magog are like the inspirations for Attack on Titan. I'm very convinced of that. 'Cause that'll-
Gog and Magog.
Yes, GOG.
That sounds like me
and
when
then
I'm
MA.
trying to make up names for giants in a D&D game. That's what sounds like. What it
Or
was,
like,
so.
my name's Bob, the Goblin. I'm Boblin.
Boblin the Goblin, yeah.
Yeah,
The classic.
I love that one.
Gog and Magog appear in the Hebrew Bible and the Quran as individuals,
Ah, there we go.
tribes, or lands. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Fine. Who are they? Gog? People behind whale. Who are these people? Are they giants? There's a lot of stuff on them because, of course, it's in the Hebrew Bible and the Quran. So
The Titans were
What's the whole lot on
jerks. This is very true. Pepe.
Yeah.
Who was it? Was it Uranus, or was it Uranus's father? Was a Titan? I can't remember if which one of them it was. It was either Uranus or Kronos, who was a Titan that ate his children, but he was the father of the gods.
that's Kronos, I think.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And is that the one with the painting, the famous painting of the
Eating kids, holding them by their ankles. Yeah, I think so.
That's
And
that's a great paint.
Zeus was the one that was hidden away and was disguised as a rock when he was fed to his father, quote unquote. Yeah. That's a great little story. Like I love that stuff. Like it's so just horror. Like there's the horror of it. There's the I really loved that one. I can't remember who the mother was, though. I can't remember if the mother was Gaia in that case.
Pepe says Preacher Cronus was the father, and Zeus the spare because of his mother hid him.
Yeah.
And Uranus is the Roman name. Yeah, Uranus is a Roman name. Because, it's Roman and Greek is kind of very similar, because the Romans kind of just stole from the Greek myths.
Oh, yeah.
Renamed stuff.
The Romans are a classic case of, like, historic plagiarism. Cool. I like the education you're giving us. We're just gonna change the names of everyone and say that, and
sounds better for audiences.
And we're now going to take over your country. Excellent, thank you, Greeks. And we're going to take over this country, and we're gonna add their religion wholesale to ours, and rename everything. It's like
Pepe says Gaia is Zeus's mom.
Gaia is Zeus's mom. Right. Yeah. And she was a colossal jerk too, but loved her kids.
I think all those gods were jerks. I think everyone was just a jerk back then.
Yeah.
Or back in the day, everyone had to be a jerk. You had to be a jerk to get by if you wanted to be a god.
Well, if I recall correctly, Gaia being really cool, she, if I recall correctly, created basically a lot of the other primordial beings, one of which being the one for the sky, the one for the ocean. Like she just up and made them, and then was like, "Excellent, you are my husband now."
Ah, interesting.
Yeah.
Look at me, you are my husband now.
Yeah.
Decided.
Well, and you know what? In Roman mythology too, in Greece, like those are some of the few cultures where like mortal humans, like the gods were flawed, and humans could challenge and curse the gods. Not that those curses ever worked, but it was like, hey, I got beef with you. Like you never find that in other religions.
Yeah.
It's just like the gods have abandoned us. But I liked that.
Playlist right now. Got it.
Oh, you only just found it? But you were doing other things too, though.
A lot of stuff going on here.
Yeah. So that makes sense. But yes, so the D&D stat block for Fire Giants. Do you want to talk about that, or do you want to keep talking about some myths and lore?
I know nothing about myths. All right. Yeah. So the stat block is pretty good. Stat block has 162 health, which is quite a bit. 18 armor, it says it's plate armor, and it has like 25 strength, 9 dexterity because it's a big giant thing, because it is a giant. 23 constitution, makes sense. Intelligence 10, wisdom 14, charisma 13. So just a general mental stat block there. And they just have a great sword, multi attack, and a rock range weapon. So it's not a whole lot going on there in terms of a stat block. Not really. They're just kind of big fighters. Don't really have much abilities, you know. That's nothing there, and I guess that's kind of our gripe with them. Is that there's nothing there.
No, it's big boy, strong, and that's it. Like I've got no other. I think you gave the best description of them. They're just fighters with high strength.
That's it. Yeah, absolutely.
It's upsetting, to say the least. And so
unfortunately, I've never really been huge on giants, like using giants in my games, because I think I mentioned on just in your chat that like I don't know where to put them. They're just big. They're huge. I don't really know where to put them in my setting. If I want to use a big boss monster, I would like to use a dragon or even like all the other interesting monsters in the monster manual. I remember we got like a message in from like a listener saying, "How's it going? Like the podcast. Can't wait till you guys get to get giants because they're my favorite." And I'm like, "Oh god,
oh no, oh no,
oh no." I think Tim really likes giants, and I think Dan will have a lot to say on them. So hopefully,
because I reached out to each and every one of you, and I was like, "So I want to talk about giants. What are your thoughts on it?" And Tim was the only optimistic one. You and Dan relatively had the same, like, giants are garbage.
Me, like Dan and I are just like, the two of us are just kind of very similar when it comes to like our ideas of media. I think you can hear that in the podcast. Where it's Tim's like, but all these cool ideas about stuff, because he loves to write like lore and stuff, and he's more of a narrative kind of DM.
Tim is such.
He loves putting into that, and me and Dan, I'm a very narrative like DM as well, but I very much think of the game first, and I kind of would like it to be exciting. So Tim will have one idea, and then Dan and I would be like, "No, they're not great."
No. Well, and in general too, Tim just has this very sweet bean energy to him, where it's like
very much sweet bean.
Just like
must protect him.
Yeah.
You must protect that boy.
Too funny. But yeah, no, he's it's very good. So yeah, no, I am personally inner game designer talking here. I had actually went in and I was like, there must be an edition that had good giants, and I was looking. The 5th edition giants we have, frankly, are almost no different than the giants from 1st edition.
Right.
It's big, strong, throws rocks, and I don't know where this thing of throwing rocks comes from, except for a few images from, again, Greek or Roman, I don't know, where they are throwing big boulders at the gods. The stone giant, they decided, could catch rocks. I think like back in 2nd edition. I could be wrong on that. I don't know when that is ever going to come into use, unless like the idea is that the players might be able to persuade stone giants to help them. But at the very same time, in the D&D mythology, there is this hierarchy where like the lowest of fire giants can tell the highest of stone giants what to do, and the stone giant is supposed to listen to them. Which is an interesting idea, but at the end of the day, also utterly absurd, I feel.
Yeah.
I
get you on that.
Because it really, like if you're to follow that, and I think that's Storm King's Thunder, the whole thing is that their god has completely abandoned them and has taken away that hierarchy. So like the whole premise for it is that the giants are seeking out a new ordning. That's what it was called, was the
Yeah,
ordning.
that's cool.
Yeah,
That's
I thought that was neat. Yeah, and
I
like
think Sword Giants Thunder is supposed to be one of the like one of the better modules out there from D&D. I think.
and yet
I haven't played it myself.
and yet it still features giants in a very they actually tried. I will say they did try to make giants a little bit more interesting. They added, oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, nope. Oh yeah, no, it is. Yeah, Nicole, thank you for the follow. Side in or side
go.
transfer.
Side transfer is now following.
Yeah, no, exactly, and I'm very much on the same. The overexposure. I need to fix that right now. Yeah.
Sure. Pepe said a great thing I like is that you're the GM, make the Giants good if you want. So yeah, just
100%.
yeah, like you just give him like what and how I would change him myself if you ever want to make anything interesting is give it a magic weapon with a cool fun ability. Spells, innate magic maybe, some or like a magic item that does innate spells, and maybe like a feat or two. Maybe you can let's see, hold on, we got like it speed's 30, but maybe it can do something like, I don't know, climb speed maybe, I don't know, that can climb up on that can climb easier on mountains or something. There's lots of things you can do, just make it better. That's the ultimate answer for something, a monster that you don't really like, you know.
Oh, absolutely. And I usually at the very best, if I'm going to use like the alignment system, is I'm just going to say that's like the most well-known example. Like in my case, dark elves are not all inherently evil. I do have Menzo Baranzan, and that is like the one well-known bad place of dark elves, and that's it.
Yeah.
Everyone else, yeah.
You can have a bad place, but like instead of saying, I think we mentioned on our Draugr episode of the podcast.
Yeah, very recently.
It's like,
yeah,
you can have them like, you know, have a history of being like very just kind of grumpy and mean and stuff like that, but they're not inherently evil. You know, they can have like a culture of being a little bit kind of aggressive and a culture of maybe even kind of a little bit of a conquering culture there, but they're not evil. That's not a thing, you know. That's just like a part of a culture. There's a history of that, but it's not inherently evil races. It's a huge discussion now, of course, in D&D.
It's so stupid.
It's great that they're getting rid of the idea, because I never liked that idea. I was just like, I don't like the idea. Like, if I want to play an orc, I can play an orc, and he can be a bumbling like teddy bear, but a giant man. And not be inherently evil if he wants to. But I don't like guys like, oh, but he's supposed to be evil. Like, no, he can just be an orc who's just a fun-loving dude, but he's just a stupid fun guy. You know, that's it. Like,
no, exactly.
Exactly. You know.
Yeah, you guys went over that on the Durgar or Draugr episode, and you guys, it was, you guys went into a great discussion on that. Just like, this is dumb. To hell with this.
I never use alignments for my characters. I'm like, and I think a lot of people I play with don't really do that either. I just kind of make the character and I see what happens. And the alignment, I hope, and after a while, an alignment might be fallen upon them, but only after their actions. You know, they never held on to their alignment. You know,
I personally like the idea that the DM is the one who more or less decides the alignment of the players.
Yeah, absolutely.
To reflect the actions, exactly, and only for the purpose of, if you encounter celestial beings, based on your actions, this is what the celestial being sees in you. Yeah.
Well, like if you have like a detect good and evil, or like kind of like the paladin like divine sense of like, can you smell evil kind of thing?
Yeah.
I always do it like you smell evil when I do paladin divine sense.
Yeah.
But it's like, what do you smell? Sometimes I think I play with like people like my roommate Steven, who's a fantastic DM. I think he's done. He never really went with good or evil. He actually described of what it kind of the general sense of it, and it's like an abstract form of good and evil, basically.
Yeah, I like the idea of like.
Yeah,
I like the idea of like you sense ill intent, or you sense a maliciousness, like an intention of violence, like something like that. Like that, I think is much more interesting, because it doesn't tell you, like, anything else, except for somebody's intent. So
Absolutely, yeah.
I've done that.
So, fire giants here are, it says lawful evil, but you can, like as we were saying earlier on, lawful evil, like they don't have to be evil. You don't have to make them evil if you want, but they can have a history of just being kind of like military focused and just generally kind of like, like it just like military focused, exactly, kind of like that kind of side of it. Really, as hard. I don't know what else I'm trying to say here, but kind of that side of it.
I don't know. I get what your dig is.
Yeah. They might be a bit grumpy. They might be a bit mean compared to the rest of them, but they're not evil. They don't have to be evil. They don't have to be like, I am evil and I want to take over the world. But they don't have to be that.
Or it could be like their royalty, or like whoever the head of their nation is militaristic and evil. The people who live there just live there. Like that's the breaks, right?
Absolutely.
Like they didn't make the decision for that.
Yeah.
So I like stuff like that personally. But in terms of the stat block, they have some nice stats, but like it's rather bland.
It is. Yeah, there's nothing there. There's nothing there.
I was looking through some older editions, like I was mentioning. I think that the only editions that have are like if you want to steal some ideas from old D&D editions, because I think that is a great practice. Third edition, because every monster has feats, and fourth edition, like those are the only two that really tried to be super creative. That being said, third edition, my gripe with third edition is you have to either memorize what feats do, or always open up to the page. Not a fan of that. So I much prefer the modern stat block. But
yes,
there was one where it was kind of like a third edition. I think it's called Cleave. Fire Giants had, and it was like a third edition version of Great Weapon Master, where like if they bring something down to 0, they get to make another attack. And given how strong like Fire Giants are, I love that idea. And it's a nice reflection of that militaristicness, right? Like this isn't just a Joe Nobody. Like every fire giant with their heritage is trained at a young age, militant tactics.
Yeah. And that's going with one of the paragraphs here on the book, that they're martial experts. They're from birth, they're trained to embrace a legacy of a war. So that's a really good sentence there. That gives you all, like, they're trained. They're not evil, but they're trained for that kind of like that lifestyle.
Exactly. It's kind of like, to use a real world example, and I think more so how I would handle this. Like if you look at Switzerland, everybody has military combat training. Like it's like you finish high school, and then you learn, like you go to military school. Like that's how it goes, because they are a neutral country. Absolutely, they ally themselves no more with any one person than others, but they can they can deploy something like 2 million soldiers in like 24 hours. Like it's the reason nobody will ever mess with them.
Don't mess with Switzerland.
Yeah, exactly. So like I like that idea, where it's similar with the fire giants. Like maybe all like their first toy was a sword.
Yeah, absolutely. That's cool. And that's it. They're that, and they're also the craftsman as well. So
yes, exactly. There was no arts and crafts was not drawing. Arts and crafts was
making the sword. That is the first toy.
Exactly. And their invulnerability to fire really like makes that make a lot of sense. Like there's no gloves. It's just reach their hand into the fire, grab the red hot or the white hot iron, and just start hammering at it. Like It makes some cool narrative sense when you approach it like that.
I like fire giant parents being like, "You want a toy? Make it. Go ahead, make your toy."
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Here's the forge.
Tools are here. Go. Yeah,
Yeah.
here's a forge. Go for it, man. Like, all right, and then let's do it, and then let's make it. Like, and then bam, that's how they learn. There they are.
There they are.
There they are.
Oh man. No.
Don't you make fun of my accent.
What accent? Which one, Mikey? No, I love that kind of stuff with it. But in terms of like the elemental giants, like I think when you have like there's a primordial like alchemical element to a creature, you really open up a lot of abilities. And like the most the one that you would might think of is like fire breathing, but like I think that's super overdone and is just playing off dragons.
It would be cool though. It would be pretty metal if they didn't have that ability. That would make him pretty cool.
I will not disagree with you. Actually, so in an adventure that I wrote, there were 2 dragonborn, and I described their characters as like when the players come in, they see them using like a very refined version of their fire breath to heat up the swords while they're ironing them. Or while they're hammering at them, and I'm just like, oh, I love that visual. But like, they could do something maybe like they emanate a fiery aura. So like, if you're within 5 feet and you're trying to engage melee combat with them, like, you have to be fire resistant. Like, just giving that thing of they produce so much constant heat off of them that it's difficult. Or maybe. And I don't think this is out of the question, they're so hot that they're resistant to cold damage. Because the cold
so hot,
isn't...
So cool.
Yeah, like the
Sorry. Yes, they are that as well.
You could approach it like the cold is warmed up, basically, before it can actually reach them. Or... maybe they can make all of their weapons like flame tongue at will.
Yeah, that's awesome, and that's going with the cert visual.
And
that's awesome. That's really cool visual. And like now I'm thinking of like if you want to flame tongue yourself, kind of going on like a big Goron sword.
Oh
quest,
yeah, you have to. You have to approach the fire, or like all flame tongue weapons are actually like small daggers made by fire giants.
Yeah, do you want a sword? All right, here's a tiny little dagger for you. Like, oh, thanks.
Yeah,
I'll take it, I guess. This is why I used to like pick my teeth. Like, all right.
It's getting a little dull to cut through my dragon hide steak here.
All right, you show off.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do stuff like that. Women don't have to go to the military. I did not know that, my Lule. Interesting.
Right.
Did they not think they're capable?
Do they have a choice? Or
is it a choice, or they're not? I'm very interested in that. I forgot, because I believe my Lule is located from Switzerland.
Excellent stuff. Chris, I'm going to just run to the bathroom
and
refill my drink. So I'm going to leave you for a sec.
Forever.
So I'll be right back.
He'll never be back.
I'm just gonna leave. See ya. I'm gone. That was enough for me.
The government is evil and the civilians are just stuck there. I think that's what actually, Pepe, that was what Mikey talked about, and I'm going to plug his podcast here. That's what he talked about with the Durgar. So if you want to go check out a really cool podcast, Creature Club Podcast, I'd highly recommend. Too hot. Make dragon want to retire. It's a choice. Oh, okay, interesting. Well, that is neat. I did not know this. I learned something today. Thank you for filling me in on that. so quiet now that I don't have Mikey on here. For women, guys have to go. Oh, jeez. When you were younger, did you ever tease people about that? I didn't have to go to military school. I can definitely imagine there's some cultural benefits to that, though. Like, for anyone to be committing any kind of crime, they have to keep in mind that they're doing so against military trained people, potentially. Hell yeah. gotta tease people a little bit sometimes. It's a little bit of teasing. Hello, Gannon. How are you, buddy? Do a little bit of cat camera. A little bit of kitty cam here. You're back?
I'm back.
Just giving a little bit of Gannon time here.
Gannon time? Alright. Let's see it.
Cleaning his toes.
Let's see that kitty. How's it going, kitty? Getting cat stuff?
Yep. Just licking his feet.
Such a hard life, isn't it, for a cat?
Hey, Pepe, I always let people know that I am well aware people come here initially for the painting and then they just stay for Gannon.
Stay for Gannon.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Quality content there.
Yeah.
You know.
That's why I'm not allowed to make fun of Gannon too much.
Even though we put him on blast at the start of the stream.
Oh, absolutely. No, he's a jerk, and he needs to know it sometimes.
We do that and be like, "Wait, is this recording?" Shit.
Oh no, my viewers!
On Twitter for like, they got caught, they got exposed for making fun of Gannon.
Oh god,
I'm on the side of Gannon.
Too funny.
Right, so what are we talking about anymore? I don't even remember.
I don't know. I'm just tired all the time, yo.
That's
Constantly
what we
tired.
do. Yo, I'm constantly tired.
Yo.
How's your day? What time is it over there to you?
It is 1:17 p.m. over here.
1:17 p.m.
1:17 p.m.
It is 9:17 p.m. where I am.
Well, it's only an 8-hour difference. For some reason, I thought it was more.
What time zone are you again? Let me just put. I'm gonna put you
I
on my
am-
world clock.
I am
I have a international family. PST.
PST. Pacific Standard Time.
Pacific Standard Time. And what's time?
I was just gonna say the same thing.
What is that?
What is time?
Hold on. You're Vancouver, right?
I am Vancouver.
Excellent stuff. I'm gonna click on Vancouver. So this is 1:18. There we go. That's you.
Time is an illusion. Yep. GMT
Time is
negative
an illusion.
8. Yeah.
GMT -8. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Which makes sense because Mikey is in GMT.
I'm GMT. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But yeah, I have you now.
Woohoo.
But you are on the clock. So I
No
now
escaping
know.
now, Chris.
I can stop asking, what time is it? See ya, I know. I should just know now.
Correct.
PST is GMT -8.
Yeah. Well, I
We're just
mean,
saying letters at each other now. We're just what is all
I
this stuff?
I use UST, not GMT. Excuse me.
I use American
Oh god.
time.
I think it's so funny that there's both GMT and UST, but they're the exact same. They're the exact same. They're both Greenwich Meaner Time.
Absolutely, yeah.
Which I think it's funny that it's Greenwich Meaner is the one that they chose. Like they didn't choose like London time. It's
Yeah,
Greenwich.
because what is it in? It's in Greenwich. Where's Greenwich? Let's have a look. Greenwich. Greenwich is a borough in London. God, that's such a fucking English. In London, England. The banks, the River Thames. Known for its maritime. Why am I reading this?
I don't know. You got very curious. Because we were like, why Greenwich?
Greenwich is notable for its. Yo, welcome to the stream, guys. We're going to talk about Greenwich history. All right, here we go.
So the fire giants attacked. Oh, such nonsense.
Oh, man.
I'm gonna have to end up taking off the family-friendly tag.
I'm sorry. I remember that. I remember that. Yeah, like, I have a family-friendly tag. I was meant to ask, like, do you want
No,
me? Like,
it's all
do you want me
good.
to slow down a bit,
It's all
or,
good.
I'm sorry. It's just.
It's okay.
I remember
No,
when
no.
we were starting Creature Code podcast, and I think Dan was like,
You guys
here's
had
an
a
actual
discussion?
question. Yeah, we had a discussion. Do we want to like, just tone down on the bad language and stuff? And I was just like, not really. I kind of very much value, and I understand people who don't want to do that. And that's not me, kind of like.
Oh no, no.
But I personally, I don't. I like to, the content I make. I kind of really do it for like for me mainly, and then if people like it, that's great. And that's fantastic. But I kind of just want to be as natural as I can about it. And
There's some
unfortunately, my natural
genuinity to it.
conversation- Yeah, unfortunately, my natural conversation, I swear a lot. So, yeah.
Something
Sorry, I just picked up the guitar
Irish.
something Irish.
No, it's all good. I mean, the only reason I go with like a family-friendly stream, a little bit of explanation on that, is because I mean I talk like a trucker. You and me have talked outside of
Yes.
stream. I am no different. The reason being is, and this isn't to like to smack talk anyone, but like if you go through like a lot of like miniature painter streams or like any of that, like there's a lot of gross talk on
Internet as well. That's like that too. Yeah.
yeah. So like people just like it can feel very uncomfortable sometimes. Like not for everybody, of course. Like for people like who hang out in their local game store fairly often, they're probably desensitized to it. But I like painting a lot, and I wish a lot of the time that I had started miniature painting earlier on, like even like as a kid, because I think it's like a great hobby. Like you get to have a creative outlet, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And if like no youngins really watch my streams anyways, but
Yes, but I can understand if people want to watch it with like the kids in the room or something.
yeah.
I've heard a lot. I've heard that being brought up quite a lot. Where
Exactly.
you know, like I want to have this. I want to be able to have something on with where I can watch when my kids are still in the room. You know.
Yeah, exactly. Or like even like as like a introduction to painting. Like okay, well if you want to, blah blah blah, like check this out. I think I remember you mentioning once that you guys got an email where someone was complaining about how much you curse.
I think Dan said he might have seen where it said like you can lay down the swearing, guys. Like nope, never.
Yeah, you guys. I think you talked about it at the beginning of a stream, and I got a little bit of a chuckle on it just because like I don't like I think it's it's valid to look for something that maybe has less cursing in it. That it's valid to make that decision for yourself for your own content, but to go and be like, hey, you guys need to stop swearing so much. It's like I mean, you're going out of line and doing that. Like, Like
Yeah.
let them
Well,
just
like,
live
yeah,
their lives.
absolutely, yeah. Like we're just like we're a podcast that not a like it. We're a small podcast that
Mhm.
like it's great that you want us to stop swearing so you can listen to it too. But like we're just gonna be ourselves about it. Like
Oh no,
there's plenty of
totally.
people out there who don't do it, and that's fine. I generally like to. I
Hello,
think
Lynn
with the content I
Mitches.
make, how's it going? Thanks for dropping by. Watching Avatar: The Last Airbender with the GF. That's a great
Mm.
show. So
Mm.
enjoy it. I watched it again recently. It's a fantastic show. But
Is that what
was I saying?
Atla
Yeah,
means?
I think Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yep, I'm pretty sure.
Oh snap! I never would have like.
whatever
I
I
didn't want to picked up on that.
Atla. But I think because I just generally still want to keep a semblance of wholesomeness, but also maybe swearing like a sailor during it. But I don't really ever want. I never kind of like want to have anyone on like. I never want to put anyone on like. Other than Ganon, I guess. I never want to put knowledge people on blast. I don't want to hurt anybody, but I still swear anyway.
Except
I'm
for
not
my
trying to
cat.
hurt you, Ganon, alright? I know you're there.
No, and you know what? He looked up. Hello, buddy. Hello, buddy. No. What was I gonna say? I mean, like the content you guys make, like, yeah, you talk like truckers, but like you guys also go into some very like good discussion topics of like, hey, why are dryads always described as sexy ladies? Where's the sexy men? Why do we have to specify their gender? Can't we just say that they're sexy? And like I remember you guys going into like there was like a solid 5-minute discussion on that, and I was just like, that's awesome. Like this is great content.
Yeah, like I love sexy women. I love sexy men as well. So just put them all in there. Like, like, come on. That's just we need more sexy dude trees. Absolutely, we need that at Peppy.
Yeah, we need more sexy dude trees.
Yeah, like I'm never against like the.
There are some sexy trees out there.
I'm never against the idea of having sexy characters, but I'm just like, have sexy men as well. Have sexy everyone. And let everyone be sexy. Like that's just my that's what I'm saying about it.
No.
About the dryad.
In my server, I actually went on a pretty in-depth discussion with Mylule about the existence of pinup miniatures, the over-sexualization of female characters, and the very transparent lack of women and of other genders in the design process. Because like the number of minis I have seen where it is just a either topless or full naked woman with a sword is a little disturbing. And like, if you want to have one or two, like, I'm not going to judge people on it. I will say it's uncomfortable for me to be like, why do you have so many of these? Do you use them in your games? Like, I'm just like, because
I use them.
Because if someone like places those down in the table, there's a good chance I might not come back unless you have a very compelling reason as to why. And then if you do have a compelling reason, why is that part of the game plot? Is my next
you wouldn't really
question.
picture like you coming up for a game like, look at this, guys, and puts it down like you encounter this. I'm like, oh no, I'm uncomfortable now.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, I've got to go for get some cigarettes.
I gotta go for 5 cigarettes. I go in for a smoke break and then never come back.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm gonna take a note from my dad and dark joke, some dark humor there. Not actually the case with my parenthood, but full disclosure. That's just.
I was like, I part of it's just like, oh god, Chris, is that true? I hope not.
No. It's just a product of the plot line of every '90s show from when we were kids.
It is, yeah. We're down out for cigarettes, man.
Why was that such a thing in so many shows and movies?
I think it just happened a lot. That's the thing.
That's dark and depressing.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
I mean, like, I'm not going to pretend go on. Yeah.
I was just going to say, Pepe said it's very tiresome to see all the sexy characters half naked chicks. It's fucking boring. I agree. Absolutely.
Absolutely. 100%. And the solution that I came up with was you know what? Like, it's oversaturated. Let's balance it out with some sexy dude minis. Or just,
Absolutely.
and I think this should be the most obvious, have more women in the design process. It's not
Yes, very true.
unrealistic. Like,
I've actually really gone into in my D&D games just playing as female characters.
yes,
And
yes.
they're
It's
no, they're like no different. Like a lot of people are just like, how do you play as the opposite sex? I'm just like,
what
the
makes
same,
you
the
uncomfortable.
exact same.
Like, like what
Yeah,
makes you feel
exactly.
comfortable. That's it.
Yeah, and there's nothing. Yeah, and like there's nothing different about it. They're just another character. That's
Mhm,
it. Like,
mhm.
but they just happen to be a woman. That's
Yep.
really it.
No,
Uh, why is there any
I
sexy dude minis? I kind of want sexy dude minis now. So
I,
let's just get,
I
let's
really
actually get
do.
a few of them.
I know there's a Grast model, and he is the, if you ask me honestly, the sexiest demon lord. The one with the dark skin, 6 fingers, and he's just standing there, and he's kind of scary, and he's got a sword, but at the same time, he's kind of sexy.
But you can change him, you know.
He's scary
You can
sexy.
change him.
Why
Alright,
isn't there
this
sexy
is
dude
also-
minis?
Mellow Minis, aka Horny on Main.
Oh god.
This is what the stream has become.
Oh no. This is what happened when I brought Mikey, you brought the energy of your stream over.
I'm so sorry. For some reason, there's something about me that brings out the worst in people. It's hold on. Side Trainer says I play dude characters later all the time. I want sexy dudes. Later
Yep.
isn't supposed to be there. Oh yeah, I play sexy dude characters all the time. Yeah, absolutely. You want like, and also there's nothing wrong with like, oh, I'm just playing my character. There's nothing wrong with like I want to play a sexy character because I just want to be a sexy character. But you don't want to be like, they can be sexy without having to be like half naked. You know, they can be in full clothes but still just be generally confident and be kind of like attractive and stuff in that kind of way. Like, oh, of course they're sexy, they're attractive. I just want them to be that way. But they don't have to be like, oh, they're wearing no clothes, man. Like that's weird, you know. But
Side Transfer is actually a player in my campaign, and I've got her elf barbarian just within hand reach right here. So yeah, no, actually, let me grab that. She painted it herself. Not to interrupt. I'm just gonna grab her character model. I don't got it yet.
It's weird. I'm seeing you paint on the stream. And
Yeah, there's a delay.
Now you're putting it down. I'm back in time.
You are. You're no longer in the future.
A Peppy, and there's nothing more fucking tiresome in this sort of thing than the dudes who scream anything that don't cater to their cis-het white male gaze is gay discrimination being shoved down their throats. Yeah, I guess that can be kind of true. It's ooh, that's very cool. I like that.
Yeah.
She's cool. Or he's cool. Whereas,
yeah.
They are cool. I'm generally like, I see long hair, like, girl, long hair. Even though I had plenty of long hair in my day.
I actually when I first saw this, I originally thought that this was a male fire giant, and then as I started painting, I started noticing some proportions, and I was like, oh, nope, not a dude. Okay, cool.
Yeah. There we go.
Let's see here.
Excellent stuff. What was I just saying? I was saying something there.
I don't know.
I don't know either. I never know what I'm talking about. Yeah, no, generally that there's on my streams there's a bit of a chaotic energy because I'm kind of a bit of a degenerate. So
in fairness, I bring a lot of it.
Yeah,
I am the biggest offender because I keep objectifying all of the male characters in your video games.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's hilarious. I just like, and you're just like, Mikey's horny for this character and this character. Like, no.
Well, I mean, so like once upon a time, you know, being younger, not really like fully being aware of myself or my own feelings, like it takes a long time sometimes for people to like be more aware of themselves. And I don't know if Nicole knew this already, so Nicole's going to find something out. So I identify, as people who already follow me on Twitter know, as non-binary. And like as like growing up like in a hick town there was all this like pressure of what masculinity is and to be expected and all these things, and like I just kind of went along with a lot of it because that was what was expected, or else I would get called lame, gay, weak, all the things that like people like to call one another. And you know, so as I've kind of grown up, I was like, you know what, like I'm not necessarily attracted to men, but I can get with the energy, I can get with the hype and the fun, and so like whenever I'm hanging out with people who are attracted, like it's not like I can't tell like an attractive guy when I see one, like Leon Kennedy. Oof, he's hot. So like when it like it happens, I'm like, yeah, you know, like that guy, he's hot. And you know, like I'll have people like, yeah, you know what, yeah, and I'm like, oh, or like the Doomslayer, like from the 90s, ab window, yes, please.
Please, I need an ab window.
Yeah.
I just generally like, because as I said before, I'm a bit of a degenerate, and whenever I'm playing video games, just like I want to just play games for the waifus, man, and stuff. But like I'm just like, that doesn't mean like but now I'm just starting to like, actually, no, the men are like, we just need more sexy men. I just want more men as well, you know. Like it's like I just start enjoy just be comfortable and fine with just all kinds of sex characters. I feel like everyone should just have a bit of fun with that, you know, if they like that kind of stuff.
And you can do it and be comfortable too. And Peppy, absolutely. Anything that like is considered to be appealing for women, people will call it gay. The male gaze is just a massive part of toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity is absolutely real. At the same time, there can be, and I'm personally of the opinion that masculinity and femininity is it's a cultural creation, because like if you go to Scotland and you look at people wearing kilts, it's considered masculine. Anywhere else in the world, people call it, you know, feminine, or a skirt, feminine, like so it's, I consider it absolutely with that in mind. Now I whatever people consider to be masculine and feminine and they enjoy it, I'm not going to take that away from them. But yeah, no, and I think kilts are cool. But yeah, no, and this is why I say too, specifically to solve the issue with oh, go on.
Sorry, Peppy says bring back kilts. Kilts are still around in Scotland. If you go to Scotland, everyone's wearing them. Well, like a lot of people are. So.
And the goth community. The goth community.
And the goth community as well, yeah.
But in terms of why I say specifically the solution is to bring women into the design process for miniatures is that when they're not, and you just have a bunch of like straight guys trying to design something that's sexy for women, it's not. It ends up they end up usually more often than not getting it wrong and just creating like male power fantasies of what they presume women find sexy, which is not the solution, and is often more damaging than anything else. But what else? I'm definitely backtracking here. And Nicole, absolutely. And you know what? I remember when we were going to college together, there was definitely a bit of a formative transformation for you, because when you started college, you definitely had a different aesthetic than near the end of it. And at the end of the day, all that matters is that you feel comfortable. And that's
absolutely,
I'm down for that. I have a buddy that wears them. Yeah, absolutely. I just ended up with Beefcake Fantasy. Exactly. No, Peppy, that is absolutely it. And you see it happen all the time in the comic book industry, where people will think that they are trying, that they have designed the sexy male for their female audience, or their, anyone who's just attracted to men. And I'm like, no. You know what's sexy? Spider-Man mid-swing. There's a lot of butt poses in there. There's a lot of butt poses.
Didn't want to say it.
No shortage.
No shortage. A lot of that, you know. Yeah, it's interesting. It's very interesting. But absolutely, you are right. More, you know, more of absolutely more butts. No, more women. More just like all different kinds of people in the design room
Absolutely.
In the design process.
Well,
Of just getting all different kinds of perspectives, and if you want to make sexy, different perspectives of sexy, you know, because not everyone finds the same thing sexy, you know.
Yes, so. Absolutely. That is a, and that's exactly why there needs to be more of a demographic representation in the design process.
Absolutely.
And you see that, like, for example, Wizard of the Coast is constantly attempting and struggling with that too, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Like they definitely they put a lot of effort in Welch, yeah. Like she's a designer at Wizards of the Coast. She does pretty awesome. They were trying to get Orion Black in there, someone who's non-binary as well, but he ended up having a pretty terrible experience when he was there and was pretty transparent about it. And there was a lot of heat in Wizards during that. Oh my goodness, Gannon! I know it's 1:40. Hi. Not for another hour. Yeah, not for another hour and 20. I will evacuate.
Me, by the way,
I will evacuate you from the premise. Yeah. Let's see here. Gannon is very hungry. In fact, I'm actually hungry too because I'm seeing that I am having a hard time holding my brush straight, steady. So I'm going to step out.
Is it time for waffle stream?
I'm gonna have a peanut butter and jam sandwich, but I am gonna have to use the toaster oven for that. So I will be right back. And Mikey, I will leave you in control here.
Oh my god!
Oh,
I don't know what to say.
Goodness.
Oh goodness gracious!
Oh my god! But I will still have my my headphones in, so I will be able to hear you.
So I can't talk smack.
You can't talk smack.
I can put you on blast like I did with Gannon.
No, exactly.
Imagine Chris being so nice to invite me on their stream, and I go like, and I start to put them on blast. Imagine that. Imagine if I was such a terrible person, I'd do that. How's it going, chat? Hope you're all well. I am now. I didn't think this would happen anyway. Where I'd be have to do the in between bits while Chris gets their food. So, hello everybody. In case you don't know, my name is Mikey, and I am talk all the smack. I got nothing to say about them. Like, Chris is very nice. Nothing bad to say at all. I can't talk smack. I got nothing to say about him. Yeah. How are you all doing? How's the chat doing? How's our day been? My day's been fine. Thanks for asking, everyone. I can't make things up. Chris likes Chris likes lettuce a bit too much. Chris likes the color brown a bit. You know, Chris uses brown too much. Maybe use different colors. Chris likes the number 146, which isn't the best number. So I don't know what I'm saying. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Talk dirty to them. Again, this is not that website, all right? This is not that kind of website. This is not what we do here. Maybe if you do the right donation. Thank you very much. Yeah. So yeah, usually what I do, guys, if you don't know, fake facts. If I'm on a podcast called Creature Club Podcast that Chris mentions a lot, and they are very great for doing so. But I talk about D&D monsters, so if you like that, then consider giving it a go. If you like me and you like me sound like an idiot, I also stream on Twitch as Mike Taline. Listen, I'll just leave that there. I'm going to give my little plug while Chris is gone, so I'll just leave that right there. Is it the same podcast that's never published the episode he was on? No, it's not. It's not that one. Not that kind of dirty, you weirdo. Sorry. That's me. I'm a weirdo. No, that's not the same podcast. I'm not that one. I'm a much nicer podcast that only ever says nice things about them. And that podcast, that's good. Excellent. No, if it was, that would be bad. Yeah, they were just telling me about that at the start of the episode, and I was like, oh god, that's the worst.
You're doing great.
That's bad.
You're doing great. And I do
Thank you
use
very
too much browns. My partner agrees.
Thank you very much. You use too much brown. Stop using brown. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Too funny. Oh, Gannon. Wow.
I know. I can see that Timothy's Music is watching this, but I also know that Timothy's Music is playing a game of D&D. So if they happen to be listening and hearing, hello, Tim. How's it
Tim
going?
is a super
But
swell
I can see
fellow.
on my other Discord server, which is like all of our friends around it. We have a D&D. They play D&D on that, and they're all there.
I see that side transfer was working you hard.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, Gannon has not gotten a snack. He is still irritable. I should probably at
Very
least
much
give him a
so.
couple kibbles just to satisfy him. He's such a jerk, I tell you. You know what?
Just meowing.
Oh my god, that's all he ever does. Let's see here. You know what I'll do here is I will boop.
You will poop.
No, I will boop.
Oh, it's like, what are you doing?
No, no, it's not that kind
I'm
of
sorry. I heard that. I heard you say that.
Awful.
You said that.
Never invited ever again.
This is the last stream I'll ever be on. My career is done. I'm done.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
there we go. Kitty got a bit of food.
Yes, he'll be much more affectionate now.
Yeah.
Stop screaming at me. He sounds like that, doesn't he?
Yeah. I remember my mates Jack and Jono. They they're at another friend's house, and they had a cat. That actually no, it was my friend Jono. He has a cat, or had a cat, or I don't know if it's still the cat, but the cat, something's wrong with them, and with their meow, and they can't meow. They just don't meow.
Oh, I had a
So
cat
it just
like
goes
that.
like, yeah, it just goes like, oh.
Yeah,
And,
they open the
Jack-
mouth, and no
Yeah,
sound comes
and
out.
Jack, Jack can't stream. I don't know if they're still watching, but if they are, you can fact check this if you so wish. But they just want like, dude, what's wrong with your cat? So it can't meow. Oh. But that was basically it. But it's a wonderful cat. Otherwise, it just couldn't do the it just didn't do the correct meow. But that's it. That's a-okay. Chris, where'd you go? Did you leave me again? Chris left me again. I'm gone. I'm here again by myself. Yeah, Chris again. I should post a Tumblr story where people make jokes about cats taking talking to disaffected Victorian children. That's a good one. You should post that. Is Tumblr still a thing? I thought Tumblr got... No, Tumblr wasn't... No, all the pornography just left Tumblr. That's right. And now it's like... not the same as it was. You can't put anything on it. But I don't know. I just remember I had a few elderly cats over the years who lost their voice. Just a sort of squeaks. Yeah. Absolutely. There's that one. I was saying to Chris that my sister has a cat called Bruce. They just keep an eye. They have a automatic feeder.
Whoa!
They just keep an eye on the. Whoa! Oh my gosh, we got
Rated 22 and trouble.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and trouble. Let's do. Is that you, Chris? Are you the little Viking man?
Yes,
the
I love
march.
the Viking person. Yeah, you joined in right when I ran away to grab my peanut butter jam sandwich.
Yeah. All these follows. You're so nice.
Thank you so much.
And I was talking about cats. So if you guys have any cat stories, leave them there in the chat. If you have any opinions on anything, just leave it there in the chat. Chris, am I doing a good job? Am I
You're a phenomenal co-host. So we were Mikey is from the Creature Club podcast. Go check that out. I usually listen to them on Spotify myself. We've said a little bit about it. We've talked a bit, but we kind of went into some discussions about the politics of a lack of female representation in the design
Yeah,
process of miniatures. We discussed how there are, pardon my choice of words, not enough sexy men minis.
Don't worry, I'll say that myself. Not enough sexy men minis, and I mean that.
There's too many half naked or naked minis of women just using a sword. It's kind of weird, kind of gross, and we had a little bit of a discussion of that. But in general, right now, in terms of the miniatures themselves, PB&J does rule in trouble. And hello, Scotch Hobbies or Scotch and Scotch and Hobbies. Nice to see you. I joined in at the beginning of your first stream. Wasn't able to stick around, but we are going to be painting these two fire giants. Let me fix my lighting. Let me fix my focus. So we're going to be using the same color palette as this fire giant right here for these two. And yes, we need more sexy dudes. Bella Noct is making a lot of STL mail minis that fit that criteria. Fantastic. If you could send me a link of that, or even better, because Oh, yep.
If you can send it to our personal emails, we can take a look at that.
I have a link to my Discord in Twitch. If you want to join my Discord server and drop it in there, that's going to be the best way for me to be able to follow up with that. And it sounds like Ganon is re-entering the building. Male drow definitely hit that mark. Perfect. Yeah, no, I was talking with a couple of viewers of the stream about it, and it's something that I feel could really do better, because there's just too many creepy minis.
Yeah, absolutely. And just generally that design process of like the, of the typical RPG armor of like men are in full plate.
And then there's the bikini male.
Like bikini male. Yeah. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
It's redonk. It makes no sense.
It's positively ridiculous.
Yeah, and I think that there's a bit of a bad case of the bikini male here, but what makes me happy is that she does have a big cape, so that's not going to be a large focus for this model.
Yeah.
Hello, Ganon.
Like, there's
Ganon
a little bit with it. I can see that, but at least they put on a bunch of other stuff. It's not just bikini male.
Yes.
It's a step in the right direction, but it's still not exactly there. But I actually personally really like that design for the fire giant. It's very barbarian, which I think is kind of cool.
Peppy, I do agree. They have these stupid nipple studs, and I like everything else that's going on here except for that. Like, I like the fact that there's like some similarities with the armor design, but I don't know why they felt that was a necessary decision. I am very thank you for bringing attention to that. I am in agreement with that.
The male not safe for work drow Bella Noct did, so I could paint it. He's in my lineup for the stream painting. All right.
Ooh.
Not safe for work.
I'll attend that. I'll join in.
Now we're talking.
Actually, here. If someone could do a shout out for N Trouble, I'll take care.
How do I do
of
an
that
SO
here.
N Trouble?
Yeah. Without the an or the at percent. N Trouble is a wonderful streamer. I love her so much. Nice wholesome stream. She paints.
Is that how you do it? Sorry, it's /SO.
No, exclamation SO.
Oh, sorry, exclamation SO. And sorry, N Trouble. I'm making a hames of it, as we say over in this little island. There we go.
You did it! Yay!
I did it. There's a shout out.
And Trouble.
Just gonna do a quick little thingy do right here. Who did that? Who did that one? All right. Who did that one there? No, seriously. N Trouble, I'm gonna give you a follow myself right now.
Mikey is also my mod, and my mod is abusing his powers.
Your mom is using your powers. I'm sorry. There you go. And Trouble, I gave you a follow right there.
Too funny.
I'll definitely check out when you're painting that one.
But yeah, for those who are already here, I totally advise and recommend N Trouble. Couldn't enough. She paints miniatures for. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, N Trouble. Your daughter's D&D games, correct?
Very cool.
Boob contoured armor will absolutely
That's
kill
awesome,
you.
Mom.
That's right, Peppy. You tell Reaper.
You tell him. Get him. Put him on blast. Beat him up.
Because the thing, what bugs me is they have these frost giants that are so much cooler, and it's just like they're not wearing like the armor. There is a bit of a too much focus on some cleavage there, but see, this is why I want there to be more women in designing of the armor. Like a regular breastplate will absolutely do the job. There's no need for breasts in armor. She DMs, I paint. Yeah. That's right. And your husband, Tazalange, does the 3D printing. I love that. The idea of a whole family playing D&D or being part of the process is just the coolest thing.
That is a power family right there. That is
very
cool.
Way to make me feel envious, my non-playing D&D family.
Yeah. My dad would be like, what is this Dungeons and Dragons that you play here? What is it? You roll the dice? Like, he just doesn't really get it. But my mom would be like, it's from the TV show. And then
Mikey's just, Mom, it's no, it's not the TV show. It's
I saw the Dungeons and the Dragons on the Stranger Things last night. Like, stuff like that.
Yeah, no, exactly, and that's it right there. I don't mind it so much on the frost giants because they have like furs, and frankly, like if they're immune to cold, they probably don't need the furs for warmth. It's more of a fashion statement. Which user on Discord should I send Bella Knott's links to? You can send it to me, Chris Stewart. Or you could put it.
And you're under Chris Day him. That's the
yes.
And you're online right now.
Yes.
So, do you like D&D, Chris?
No, I don't play it at all. I love D&D so much. It is such a fun game. I am devastated I didn't get more into it when I was younger, like in high school, because that could have been a really cool thing with me and my friends. I joined my first experience with D&D was in 3rd edition before 3.5 came out, and it was one of those disgusting groups that I was very much describing earlier, where there's this creepy sexualization that's going on, and I jumped out of that game very fast. I very much went for a pack of smokes and never returned. But the game that I'm most interested in right now also works well for miniatures. Mikey, are you familiar with Frostgrave?
I am not. No. What is Frostgrave?
It's kind of like this in between of D&D and like Warhammer Fantasy. So you primarily play as a wizard. Your wizard is your character, and you manage to hire some hirelings. You might have an apprentice wizard. You build your character very much like a D&D character would. You can play some like 5-session campaigns. You're out going for treasure, and it's a multiplayer game where there's another person. Other players have their own wizards. There's monsters that are out in the frozen city is what they call it, but it could be anything. It could be a dungeon, it could be whatever you want, and so you have those obstacles to hurdle while trying to collect treasure. It's very like dungeon crawler kind of game, which I thought was a
Yeah.
very fascinating thing. And there's very oh, the phone was ringing. I wonder. Hopefully, my partner gets that. There we go. She's got it. What was I going to say? There's very clear inspirations from Dungeons and Dragons in it, including like shooting, like old editions of shooting into melee combat. Like if there's two people in combat, you can fire into it, but you might hit your friends. I couldn't stand
By the way,
that
the camera,
rule.
you can bring the camera down a bit because I can't really. Peppy's saying that the camera can't really see what you're painting.
Thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that. There we go. So we're just doing her hair, which I will afterwards glue on like this. And like you said, described, very barbarian-esque. I really like that kind of...
Yeah.
Wild isn't the
like
right
that.
word, but it's a very just raw look.
Wild thing.
Yeah.
You make my heart sing.
Links for Gumroad and Patreon sent to Discord. Thank you so much, Tazalanche. I appreciate that.
Excellent.
I was very much wanting to, and I think my friends would be the only ones that would get a chuckle out of it. I was considering painting a line of just pinup minis, but I only wanted to do it if I could get guys and girls. And just be like, excellent, you encounter a horde of sexy monsters. What do you do, heroes?
Oh no! Sexy monsters. They're here.
My buddy Keith would have been the one to get the most chuckle out of. But then, like, I would have to go through the uncomfortable process of painting all of them, and I would not feel comfortable painting all of them.
I don't like this at all. What am I doing?
Like, as
This
is...
like an entire weekend.
As is, like, I can paint, like, a giant ape's butt, and I'm like, haha, butts. But, like, when I was painting... When I was painting this fire giant's butts, I'm like, I hope no one makes comments on the fact that I'm brushing this butt.
I was gonna say it. I was like, look at that butt, but I didn't want to be that guy.
Thank you.
I didn't really want to. The two of us are just they're sweating like, oh god.
Thank you. Excellent, Nicole. You'll paint him. Fantastic. I look forward to it. There we go.
All right.
I'll send you all the sexy models. Oh
Sexy
god.
Sexy D&D monsters want to chat with you.
Oh no.
Sorry. I hope like I'm not.
Oh
adding that
no.
much of a chaotic energy to your stream.
No, no.
I'm really sorry
People
about
are
this.
loving it. It's good. It's good.
I hope they are. I haven't heard one person like, please get him out of here.
I will say that with you here, the chat has been very engaging. So
That's
White
good.
Wolf,
That's-
Wolf has some very cool wolf minis. I do like that. I'm a hold you to it now. Nicole, you're already holding me to too many things. Are you? One day she's gonna break down my door and be like, "Chris, where's my cyberpunk fantasy game? Where's this? Where's that? Where are all these things that you
Cyberpunk
promised?"
Fantasy game. I want the sexy miniatures. Give it to me now.
Oh goodness gracious.
So Frostgrave, how does that play? How's Frostgrave? play?
So from what I can tell, it is a how do I put it? You want to have a full table, like a 2x4 or 2x2 would work. You put in like a bunch of terrain pieces. You want there to not be too much of an open line of sight. Each player starts by placing some of their minis on one side, the other one on their other, and then each player is going to put 3 treasure tokens around the map. They can't be too close to each other. They can't be too close to your own characters. You put out some monsters, and then everyone starts at the beginning of every turn. Each player will roll for initiative, and so which is a very like second edition way of playing, rolling for initiative each round. And there's multiple phases to a turn. So during the wizard phase, the person who goes first activates their wizard, and they'll move and take an action. And then they'll possibly activate some soldiers that are nearby. So using these giants, let's say she's the wizard, these two soldiers are within 3 inches, and this one is just too far away. So I'll activate her, she'll move, and then these soldiers will go along with her, and then they'll take their actions together. Your wizard knows 8 spells and has a school of magic. They know, I think it's 3 or 4 spells from their primary school, 1 spell each from their ally school, and then 2 spells from their neutral, I want to say.
Yeah.
And it's just fascinating. I can send you some YouTube links, Mikey. I
Sure,
really
absolutely.
want
I'll take them.
to check it out, and I mean, I'm just a sucker for things, but like, because I have not been playing a lot of D&D during the pandemic, because I really like playing in person.
Yeah,
Which is my biggest flaw here.
I completely get you.
And so I've heard great things about Frostgrave, and I was like, oh, is this something I could play with my partner? And then like I asked her, I'm like, so I know how you like your D&D games. You are a treasure fiend. All you care about is the treasure. There's this cool game all about treasure. Do you want to play? And she's like, okay. And I was like, yes.
Oh, yes.
You promised a Cyberpunk game. Where is it? Damn it! I was really disappointed that Cyberpunk, all the strippers and stuff are just more naked people. Yep. No, there are parts of Cyberpunk I like. I like the gameplay. There's a lot of things that make me just feel like the romance option is incredibly uncomfortable, and I feel incredibly invaded, and every time it happens I leave the room. I myself just leave the room. So
is that if you just talk to someone, you just get to it?
yes,
It's like,
yes,
this is weird.
yes, you can encounter a patron of the night of your choice and just go to their place.
Mm-hmm.
And do the thing.
Absolutely, yeah.
They're so incredibly weird. I claim DM campaign abuse. Where do I file a complaint? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Not good enough. Sorries only get you so far.
Mm-hmm.
Been saying sorry for too long. Darn it. Got me there.
I like what you're doing here. We're putting a bit of
the yellow. I really
on
like
top.
it when that is very bright on the camera. Let me see if I can fix that. It does not look that intense. There we go. That's much better.
Yeah.
So the idea is, I'm just trying to recreate this kind of gradient. Oh, I love you too, Nicole. I love you too.
So much love.
Mail Street Hooker is the weirdest one. That is, I saw the prostitute or the sex worker the one time, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna click this. I'm just gonna see what this is, and I immediately was like, nope. So much nope.
Just 2 3D models like
grinding and
really,
making
grinding and like,
uncomfortable noises.
I don't think games are gonna get the sex right ever. This is kind of weird.
I just want them to stop trying. That's what
Please stop trying. Yeah.
Please. He's bald, and the lighting makes him look like a murdered android.
Just how we are. We're always gonna be like, oh, I gotta click that just to see what it looks like, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, maybe it's not terrible. Nope, it was. I feel that I need an adult. No.
Whenever I appear on your streams, either in the chat or just even now when I'm talking, it just gets like hornier, you know? How come that always happens?
I got no answer for you, Mikey. I got no answer for you.
Yeah, that's right. No comment. No comment.
No, I'm not even gonna touch it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Know
God.
anymore. I don't even know what I'm doing with my life.
It's okay. In fairness, this one was a peppy, and I'm just replying to a peppy. Oh,
Yeah,
jeez.
that's true. But is this just an energy that just, whatever.
I okay. So if I'm going to discuss it seriously, I think the only game that I've encountered that made it not horrifying was Mass Effect, and that was just because there was like each one was a little bit different. It wasn't as in your face. It was like a build up to, and
Yeah.
then Fade to Black, and there was if you were really invested in the characters, like progression and development and all that, then it felt like there was a little bit of like a connection between them. Whereas like in Cyberpunk, it's like, hey, that Militech lady phoned me and asked me to meet in this sleazy apartment. Oh, cool. Oh no, what is happening? I did not ask for this.
Jesus. It's that easy.
Yeah, Dragon Age was mostly okay. Yeah, mostly okay. Not great.
Mostly okay. I remember the first Mass Effect. It was like very like the news was like it has a sex scene in it. You can have sex in that game, but it was like a second long, and it was like it was just nothing, and that's fine. Like that's all you need really. It's just like oh they're doing it. That's fine. That's all they're doing.
Yeah,
like, it's a short little clips of like them getting to bed together. There you are. That's it.
And you know what? Like in terms of like D&D, that would be the closest I would ever do. Like, okay, yeah, you guys go to the hotel and you have a great time. That's
Absolutely,
all. That's
yeah.
all I'm going to tell you.
I played a game once where I know with Daniel actually he did a game and then he like it's like whatever, like I'm gonna stay up tonight. Like it was Jack of Jack Can't Stream once again. He was playing the game and he's like I'm gonna stay up, have a drink, and see if I can find myself a
A suitor
who just wants to chat.
Yeah.
A suitor of some sort. And it's like, oh yeah, okay, you find a woman, you have a chat, and then you actually spend up all night just like sitting in bed, just having talks, and then you're like, what do you want to tell her? Like, I'm gonna tell him about my life and stuff. Like, cool, all right. Do you want to get lucky? He's like, yeah, sure, I will. Cool, you do that, and then he moves on to the next thing, and then she actually ended up being like a pivotal character because of that connection.
Yeah.
For the rest of the campaign. But the actual sex part is like, cool, you have sex, great, all right, moving on. Like,
yeah, we're adults. I'm not your favorite nighttime website. Like
yes,
like that's
absolutely.
that's not what I'm here to narrate.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's uncomfortable when your mates are doing that. And
Well,
it's like, yeah,
and everyone else that's
like,
at the table, right? Like
yeah, that's just kind of weird. But like, when the DM just says like you have sex, like you just go like, yes, all right, that's all you need. Just them to say like you get lucky, hooray!
yeah, your inner teenagers can feel some level of fulfillment.
Yeah. I even remember like I think I just did it once. Just like, yeah, my character stays up night drunk and like, oh, you want to talk to someone? Like, yeah, sure. I talk to someone, and like, cool. You find someone, you talk to them.
I agree with you,
it.
Peppy.
I'm like, wait, yeah. I was like, do I get lucky? Like, I don't know. Do you? It's up to you, man. Like, it's like, cool. All right, whatever. That's just in my head now. Like, and that's it. Like, it doesn't really matter. It really doesn't matter. Like,
A Peppy,
you come up with your own head canon of it.
A Peppy put it very well. Of we're not here to RP porn for you. There's other people in the room.
Absolutely.
Like you can go
Absolutely.
and
Yeah, it's
go on your fanfic website or you know what? If your group is into that, excellent. I'm happy for the group so long as everyone at the table is there for it. Like that's not my game.
Make sure.
But feel safe. Like I am so big on the feel safe thing. It doesn't have to be a massive discussion. It just, hey, are you into this? No? Cool. I'm not, or I am, but I'm not going to invade you with it. That's all. Like, just talk like adults. It gets me that people don't understand how easy that is.
I have this conversation with the guys all the time. That, like, when you go on like a D&D subreddit, you always have
nightmare stories.
Yes, you always have nightmare stories of like, my DM is doing this and this and that. What should I do? Or like, my player is doing this and this and that. What should I do? Most of the time, it's like it's never D&D stuff. It's just like this person's being a person here, and they're being a bit of a shitty person. What do I do? Every single time, the answer to that is talk to them. Tell them what you feel. That's the answer to that one.
Talk to
And with
them
the
or
D&D
leave.
thing, yeah, talk to them or leave, or just don't deal with it. That's it. Like, and
Yeah.
if it's like a friend in your group and they're doing a thing in a certain way and no one else is enjoying it, then just sit them down and talk to them. It's like, listen, we don't really enjoy that you're doing it this way. Like, we don't enjoy that you're doing it that way. This is actually making us uncomfortable. It's making us, or we don't we don't think you're into it. Whatever it is. But like, just talking to them is always like the answer. It's always because no one wants to be a human. Really, they just want to like complain about it on fucking subreddits.
Yeah. The idea that like I'm going to, it's, and you know what, if they're young, if they really don't understand that, but like, I don't know. I think for me, I get the frustration because, and I think a lot of us like get irritated by it because we've seen that discussion so many times, but like it's a first time discussion for everyone at some point, but a peppy for like that, the stereotype bard, they're not always a bard, sometimes they're a paladin or whatever, but just that person who wants to sex everything in the game, or like the people who are like, I try to seduce the dragon, and it's like don't make a roll.
I hate that.
Like
I hate that kind of shit.
as a DM, just never give them the role.
Oh yeah, I actually I think I did I had a new player, and they were actually going like they were trying to seduce every single monster, and then I actually went like, yeah, sure, go for it. Crit 20, cool. It doesn't work because it never fucking works. Like, it's just like, it never. Like, you're fighting you're trying to fight like a rat here. You're trying to fight like a zombie ogre here. It's not working. It's never going to work. It's never. I'm sorry. Even if you get like a 19 or whatever, it's not working. Like, I'm sorry. I just kept saying no, and their character ended up dying. So I guess that's what happens. When you mess with me.
I don't mess with Mikey.
Don't mess with me.
Most of the horror stories about D&D can be solved about talking or kicking or just leaving. Yep, I am absolutely in that agreement. Here, I'm just gonna.
Yeah. I like, like horny bar type. I can understand that being a very tired concept. Like, and I can understand like it doing that, but not having to like always have to role play every single aspect of just being like, oh yeah, your character is like, he's a bit of a rock star, he might be enjoy the company of people at the night, but you don't have to role play. It's like, oh yeah, it's like, all right, I'm gonna go crazy and have a drink and see if I can like meet a suitor for the night, and then they go do that. You don't have to deal with the role playing. You don't have to take up everyone else's time with that. Just like, that's just a part of your character, and that's it.
Yeah, exactly. It can just be like you said, if your character is a rock star or whatever, D&D, any game, your cyberpunk game, it's like, I go to the bar to peruse and see if I do my thing. Okay, cool, you go do that. And, like, that's all it does.
Yeah, you do that.
Whether or not the person gets lucky, if they even have to announce that, I don't believe they actually have to announce it. Just presume yes or no, whatever you think or decide. Just
Absolutely.
make sure,
and like even with that, you can still do some fun stuff of like, let's say an encounter happens or something during that, like assassins come in and they just come into your like bard and they're just in a room full of like different people and stuff. Like, oh, sorry, all right, sorry guys, you have to all leave. I have to fight this assassin now, and then like you start the fight. Like you do fun stuff with that, but you don't have to like role play. Be like, oh, I'm gonna role play throughout me trying to seduce this person now.
Oh,
I'm gonna role play the
never.
sex time. Don't do that. Like,
don't be that person.
That's the weird stuff. Yeah, don't be that person. And that's just taking up people's time and just being very weird and comfortable.
And uncomfortable, yeah. And that's exactly what my first D&D group was like that, which is why I left. Because they clearly were okay with playing like that, and that's how they had been playing for however long, and I just wasn't going to bother. However, the idea now of, like, in a Cyberpunk Red or Cyberpunk 2020 game, assassins or whatever, that person who's always doing that has to join the combat without any armor is always an entertaining idea.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
They're just in their trousers.
I think I did a game where we were attacked in the middle of the night, and like my character just like went down in their pants and just fought with a great sword, and it was great. My AC was like was lower, but I was just like a big guy with a great sword just fighting these. Like, oh, it's like a little penalty, but like it's fun. It's like a different encounter because of that. Because I had no armor and that's it, you know. But I was like, we're being attacked. Great, I'll take the sword and that's it. That's all I need, just the sword. Like, it's fun. Yeah, absolutely. And that adds to a fun like encounter. That adds to like a fun moment of like, oh, remember when your bard had to like fight in his pants because like he was up all night with people? Like that's like a fun little moment, but like that can be fun, you know.
I'm just reading Pepe's comments there. So this bard character that was obnoxiously trying to seduce everything, they would blow away your guys' secrets, like you guys were hiding a dragon egg with you. Like things that were like campaign important.
They blew every single roleplay story. Here's some new people. Let's talk to them. Michi info dump something that will piss them off, and then say a dragon egg in our pocket for no fucking reason. Oh, you know this guy? He's your god. We killed him. Just God. Yeah, that sounds pretty bad. That's like stupid. That's like why did they do that? That's almost like that's
like
just,
do they not want to
dumb.
play?
Yeah, like, and that's kind of a thing where if you're friends with them, you go like, why are you doing that? Sit down with them and say, why are you doing that? But if you like, if they're just a person that's just in the group, and it's like either just kick them out or just leave the group if it's everyone else is doing it. But if they're like a minority on that one, then just like have it, like if they're your mate, have a chat with them. If not really, then like you can't have a chat with them if you want, or kick them, whatever way you want to. I'm not in charge of your life.
I remember there was a really good Colville, I think, episode where he was talking about why people. It may have been Colville or it may have been WebDM. They also have a lot of really good stuff. But they were talking about like, why is this character being an obnoxious, like why are they being problematic? Here's some possible reasons, and they were going into a discussion about it. One of the things that they were covering was like, maybe this person's expecting one type of game and your game just isn't that. Like maybe they're expecting a combat all the time campaign or a dungeon crawl or an epic, and they're trying to turn your campaign into the thing that they're looking for. And that was one that I had never really considered. Which is why when I do games, I'm like, hey, so this is a mystery adventure. If you want to join it, this is what the campaign is going to be.
The Matt Colville method of the campaign pitch.
Yes,
is like one
the
that
pitch.
Like in my group of friends, we have been doing that like all the time now. Where we've always been pitching 3 games, and we give like the campaign pitch, the trailer, and like touchstones of what we want the game to kind of be and what characters we would like to see in it. And we have the players who are if they're interested in one, they say that, and if it's in a certain group, they just vote on which one they want to do.
Yeah,
I had like a few in my one I was going to do like a 3-shot, I think. I had like a prison escape. I had a tournament arc, basically just fights, but also a bit of challenges in there too. And I had like a go underwater and find some hidden treasure in an underwater temple. And then I just like had that kind of stuff, and people were just like shoot, and also kind of like a city-based mystery kind of thing too. And then people just like I kind of gave them different like references to media that I think kind of suit this kind of characters I want to see, and they just voted all on the one they wanted. They all wanted the prison escape one because like, oh, we want to pay kind of like, you know, almost like criminal characters who just want to escape from prison. Have lots of different criminal characters. And great, it was a fantastic game.
Was this the game that you were talking to me about? Like I was suggesting like maybe making the prison in the sky, like, and we were talking about because I was just finishing watching, and there's a new season of it just coming out now. Was it Promise Neverland or something like that? Yeah.
Promise Neverland. I've started reading the manga of that. It's very good, and I think it actually kind of sticks the energy of kind of what I want to go with that one.
Yeah,
it's a very cool, like, cerebral, like prison escape. Basically, it's very cool.
Or like the idea that they manage a successful attempt once, and they find out something about their prison that they had no way of being able to be prepared for, and they're like, well, crap,
Absolutely,
now we have to encounter this. I loved that
yeah,
idea.
yeah. That's
Um,
very cool. Yeah,
hello, the stream bot worked.
that worked.
Oh, fantastic! I'm glad to hear that. Paint miniatures, nice to see you. And Peppy, I have had a player like that before, where they want to be in the spotlight 100% of the time. Those are really difficult players to play with. The ones that like want all of the DM's attention.
Yeah, couldn't kick her out. GM's wife. The GM was storm at her obnoxiousness.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always understood with like not being able to talk to like GM's partners and stuff, but
Mm-hmm.
but because I think I was on that side too. I think I was playing with a past partner of mine, and people, and they weren't playing bad and stuff, but I think they just didn't want to mention certain things because of I was the GM. I think they probably thought I was giving them special treatment, even though I didn't think I was. But I think I play games with lots of people who are playing with their partners, and I think that you can still probably talk to them and stuff. And if you have to talk to the GM about it, just really double down and say this. And if it doesn't work out after that, then just leave it. I guess just whatever, leave the game. It's really not working out. It's not worth playing bad D&D. I think so.
No, exactly. Bad D&D is bad.
Bad. It's a waste of time.
Side Transfer can attest that there's no special treatment for my partner. In fact, her character is the only character death that I've had so far.
I think you were saying that, yeah. And,
I'm like,
why that happen?
Yeah, I'm just like, ooh, had my first player death. Was my wife.
Sorry, honey.
Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, she was pretty choked. She really liked that character because the DM that she usually had, he never went through with a player death. They would always just get knocked out or something else, and I'm like, no, you're dead. And then she's like, what?
Yeah.
I thought my character was important. I'm like, oh, they were. And they're also dead now.
Talk in the car.
No
Sleep on the couch tonight.
No D&D greater than bad D&D. Also
Absolutely.
fair.
That's very
Yeah.
true.
Also fair.
No, I agree with that. I just can't stand bad D&D, and I can't understand people being in it. Like
I would
it's
personally. Oh, go on. Yep.
I was just gonna say that it's such a. The game takes quite a bit of energy, and it's just not really worth playing bad D&D, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And you can use that time to like find a better D&D game. But Chris, you were saying something. Go ahead.
Yeah. She died before me. Can confirm. Your character was the first one to make it over through that way, even though you yourself were not attending. No. For me, I would rather. I'm with you on that, Mikey. Bad D&D for me is just such a exhausting thing. I would rather just up and leave and find a new group than have to tolerate like not fun D&D, because it is a investment of energy and time. And there was a group that I would play with that most of the people just were there, not into it. And you know what? If that's the kind of game that you want to play, that's the kind of you want to play. For myself, I don't really want to play that kind of game. I wanted to play in a game where everyone's invested. I try to make sure that... Oh, yep.
Oh, no, I was just saying, it's about everyone at the table having fun.
Yeah.
And if everyone's at the table having fun, that's fine. And if someone isn't having fun, either adjust it or... if you're that person, I guess, leave if you don't want to be part of that. You don't have to be a part of that. Absolutely.
I really...
Oh. I was just saying that it's a very social and personal game, really. It's kind of like it's a lot of... You put your guard down quite a bit for playing it. Like, I can't really understand people playing with strangers, because I have done that before, and it's really hard to get into it. And it's I kind of put my guard down to play. I kind of want to play with people who I really trust, and I would really I know the game's going to be pretty good, or I know it's going to be like with people. I want my friends who are, even if they're people who haven't played D&D before, I want to play with people who I just generally trust, who I can play D&D with, and I know I'm not going to have a bad time.
Yeah.
And if it is a bad time, I can talk to them like civil human beings.
Yes. Yeah.
You know.
Um,
But I understand not everyone might not have the same kind of connections like that. You know, like I'm lucky enough to be in kind of a friend group of people, of a lot of people who are looking to play D&D, and a lot of people who play D&D. You know, but some people are just like, all my friends are not into D&D. Only a few people are, and they know some people who are. You know, like I can understand. You know, everyone's social situations are different. You know.
yeah. No, and you know what? I spend a lot of time trying to make sure that my games are not just fun, but like everyone feels like their character is involved in some way. Like, there's nothing worse than like playing a game of D and D, and feeling like you're an NPC in your DM's story.
Yeah.
We all have like a person that's like, you know, and I think the narrative aspect of D&D is important, but when the
Yeah.
DM feels that his telling his story is more important than the player's fun, oh,
Yeah.
that does not sit well with me. Um,
Absolutely. Yeah.
and
That's not
so
great at
I'm
all.
just seeing there a
And
Peppy. Oh, yep.
oh no, go ahead. Let's see what Pepe says.
Yeah. So Peppy was saying that uh, the problematic player was being, you know, too abusive, and she got tired of it. What I find interesting is that she said the wife's sister also quit with a Peppy. Um,
Right.
and apparently,
Okay.
so was it the wife that was texting your boyfriend saying, "Don't choose"? Like, was she trying to convince your boyfriend to keep playing? I'm a little lost on that. He didn't really like them, but
Let's see. The real funny thing is when I finally had enough of her shitty and abusive to me and her younger sister, I quit their D&D game. They had the goal to text my boyfriend shit like, "Oh, don't choose her over us. We're your real friends." So I guess a Peppy. They said, "Don't choose a Peppy over us." You know, you really didn't like them, but
rude.
sure, he'll give up our 15 relationship for D&D game with people he only tolerates because he had to play. Yeah. Uh, yeah, it was mostly
That's a
the wife.
bold move.
Unfortunately, there's people out there who are like that, and you don't want to play D&D with them because D&D is a very should be a very personal and fun game. And
I think so too, and
yeah,
I agree
don't
with
bother.
your sentiment too that like to have the best D&D experience, you kind of have to make yourself vulnerable a little bit, and you can only
Yeah,
really do that with
absolutely.
people you trust.
Yeah,
Loving how
and
this transition is turning out.
oh, that hair looks great. I love. Honestly, once you put that long hair on, I was like, okay, it's working for me. I like her.
Yeah.
I like her now. I like that long hair.
Yeah.
But it's that hair looks great as well. Like that
Thank
orangey.
you.
Like wow, Chris, that looks fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, I forgot what point we were exactly on. I'm gonna go right. I'm gonna once again grab a drink. So I'll be
Yep.
right back.
No.
I'll give the watchers of the stream a break from my constant babble. So
All right, we can talk trash about Mikey now. God, that
all right,
Mikey guy.
I have my wireless headphones on, so I'll hear
Oh
you. All right?
no, he can hear me. No, I hope you've since though Peppy found more fun games to play or groups to play with, because that just sounds like a terrible experience. I'm so sorry. Sounds like she's just not like, if she acts like that in D&D, I can't imagine how she behaves on a day-to-day basis. She's decided somehow that somehow boyfriend was besties with them. People he only hung out with for D&D and didn't know we started playing D&D with them. I see. Okay, so they roped him in through um, common common acquaintances. I understand. Obnoxious and low key abusive. Yeah, no, low key abusive is exactly how I would describe behavior like that. Been on the receiving end of abusive relationships. Just sounds a bit too familiar for me, I tell you. Definitely ring some bells. Well, good news is that's them. That's not D&D. So
I'm back.
he's back.
I'm back, everybody.
I get very quiet when I paint.
That's fine.
The whole time you were there, I was like, huh. Well, here I am painting. Talked with the Peppy a little
Alright.
bit. Yeah.
I
No,
was gonna say if you can like get like a nail file and just kind of file down those nipples because they look ridiculous.
they look so absurd.
Yeah.
I might actually just do that. I totally can clip them off.
Yeah, do that. It's just weird.
It
They
really
look
is.
they look like Batman, Robin.
Oh,
Batman.
George Clooney,
the
Batman.
George Clooney bat nipples.
Oh goodness, they do. They really do. I'm not in a disagreement with that. You know what? Let's take care of that right now.
Let's do it.
And now this also feels really weird because I know that those are her armor, but the gesture.
Yeah, of like, let's just bring down those.
Ugh,
Here we go.
makes my own chest hurt.
Ow. Fucking Jesus. What are you showing us?
Gotta give the people what they want. Ugh.
Oh my god. Yeah, I did want it, but like
I didn't want to see it.
I want to see it.
You know what? I bet a lot less people would clip their dog's ears if they had to be part of the process,
Absolutely, yeah. He's clipping the dog's ears. God,
or like their tails, stalking.
yeah,
People do cruel things to pets.
they do, yeah. My god.
Death to the
My dog
nipples.
just lies around on the couch all day. He's getting a bit old, so he just lies
Yeah,
on
he's
the
got the
ground.
little white beard, the white
He's got a
goatee.
he's got a white beard, white goatee. It's great. He's like a wizard dog. So
Precious.
um,
All right, so I'm gonna gently just touch this up because the oils from my fingers absolutely rub this off.
and there we go. Yeah.
Oh, and
Yeah,
declawing
declawing
cats.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I will say, and this is a very isolated example, remarkably isolated. My cat has severe anxiety, not Ganon's sister. And she has to wear a special sweater, which can't be very comfortable for her, because she will claw at her shoulders until she tears through all the fur, until she tears through her skin, and even once she's done that, she won't stop. So that is the only instance where I could see, and like isolated, not her front claws, only her back claws being declawed just for her safety. That would be the only
Wow.
instance where I would be understanding of that, right?
Anything like that, I can see doing anything like that for health reasons.
Yeah,
But and like,
and that's an
just
isolated instance, right? Like
yeah, absolutely.
I've had 10 cats. She is the first one where I have felt that way about it.
Yeah. But like not just let's get rid of the claws because I don't like them scratching me. You know, like let's just
Yeah,
not
or
scratch.
people like,
Like, come
oh,
on.
I want to protect my furniture, and it's like, well, get a
come
scratching
on, like,
post. Why don't you have a scratching post?
Yeah,
like,
it's like that's just
it's
that's
part
a
of their
cat.
nature.
Like, that's what cats do. Yeah, it's part of nature exactly.
Well, and not only that, there's like another alternative. They've got these cute little nubs that you can basically just super glue to the tips of their claws. And as the
Right.
claws shed, because they get longer and then they fall off. As long as you apply them correctly, like that's another way. But like even then, that's not usually necessary. I have those nubs again because she harms herself with her claws.
Yeah.
So, but they do look really cute. You probably saw
Yeah.
Ganon had some because he was doing a little too much.
Haven't seen the Ganon pics in a while. Let me just have a look at. Or is this one's on my?
Oh, I just meant
maybe
like
Ganon-
from earlier. Let's see here. Hey, buddy.
Let's see, do you have any Ganon pics on your one on your Discord?
Oh, you're gonna have to go through a million of Peppy cat photos.
There's
I'll save you the effort.
There's an odd.
Nope.
Peppy, you have a nice looking cat there.
Peppy has 4 nice looking cats.
They are nice cats. Oh,
Hey,
they're
buddy.
cute. They're adorable. Oh my. Oh,
The cuddles.
Oh my
the
God.
cuddle pics. Yeah.
the cuddles. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Yeah, you're not gonna manage to get through there to find Ganon pics.
Those cats are so cute. Oh my gosh.
I will say, yeah, I have had dogs before where from tail wagging they smacked the walls a whole bunch and they split their tail a little bit. But like if you bandage it up and let it heal up, it'll close up and it won't happen again for a very long time. Because I have had that. You end up with blood marks all over your walls if you're not careful.
Yeah.
But you can do that without removing the tail. But I understand
Once again,
the reasoning.
Health reasons.
And again, yeah, and that's a case of health reasons. If it is a serious case, you could do the docking because otherwise they have a sore tail all day, every day. That sucks. Don't want to have a sore tail. But like the people who are just like I docked it because it's a bulldog. It's like, but why? Because it's a bulldog.
Yeah.
Like that's their logic, and I'm just like, ooh, you should never own pets.
Absolutely. Yeah. Some people just shouldn't own pets.
I think that is very much, yeah.
And some people should just have.
Possible dog owner, I am taking your dog.
Even though there's no way I live in an apartment above a shop,
Mhm.
I cannot have a dog up here.
Oh no,
Uh,
so I am more of a cat person. I like dogs though, and I've very much had the attitude like if you live in a city, and you are considered like you live in an apartment, and you're considering getting a dog, you need to really evaluate that. Like, is that
Absolutely,
is that fair to the dog? What breed of dog are you getting? Like if you're getting like
yes, absolutely.
an English Mastiff or something like that, which are gorgeous giant size pugs. It's how I view them. Or Great Danes. Those, despite being large dogs, apartment not bad because they have heart problems. But again, like, why are you buying pure breeds? The market of pure breeds
Yeah.
alone is.
It's stupid. It's like there's no why do it anymore. It's not. There's no reason for it. It's just
Well, and I mean, like, a lot of those quote unquote pure breeds, which is in itself rhetorical, like when they were first introduced, they looked very different. Now generations of inbreeding has made them look
yes, inbreeding.
very different. Like, just let them
That's what
breed.
inbreeding does.
Exactly. Like, let them breed with, like, every couple generations, like another dog, and then let those have kids afterwards if that's what you have to do. Like, it will fix so many health problems.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no one should ever do. Wait. Do people do docking at home? Who the hell is doing
Dude.
that?
That's just.
Oh no, that's abuse. No,
That
no,
is,
no,
yeah.
no.
Absolutely.
No, that's not okay. Totally missed that.
Yeah. God. My God. Once
Oh
again,
my
just give your
God.
dogs to me. Give your dogs to me.
Take all the dogs.
I can't take everyone right now, but I could try.
I'll
Like,
try,
my
guys.
my
I'll
dog,
try.
my dog Cyrus lives over at my parents' house, and they have a nice big back garden. And
Oh yeah,
they,
yeah. Let him
yeah,
roam
they
around.
take
Let him eat the plants and dig the holes and poop everywhere like a dog does.
poop everywhere. Yeah, just like a dog does. So I'll just let them hang out with Cyrus. So.
Yeah.
So if you have a dog, please give it to me at 555.
I was just gonna say the phone number thing. Yeah. Oh no.
Give me a call at 555-555555. I think I do that phone number bit like every single time.
Oh, you do. It is not a new one, but I am here for it. I do the same bits all the time. Oh, I love it. Go watch Creature Club podcast. If you want more of this nonsense, there's like 3 years of podcast episodes.
This is actually exactly what Creature Club podcast is like. It's like lots of like nice conversations about Dungeons and Dragons and about how you use monsters, and then it's just what we call where we're from, or where I'm from, but the Creature Club podcasts are from, talking shite, where it's you just talk nothing and you're absolutely talking about nothing, but it's a bit of fun. It's good. Not like crack. Every time I say crack, that's the thing.
Sounds like something different. Yeah.
Chris, are you like just from hearing us talk? Do you understand the concept of crack? Or,
over time, yes.
Yeah.
Over exposure.
CRAIC. It's an Irish word for like fun, basically.
Seriously, I did not know that.
So
I would not. I would have.
It's the Irish. It's it's an Irish word for fun. And if we say having the crack, I mean, like we're just having a bit of fun, having a laugh, and like what's the crack is like how are you? So if we say we're having crack, it's not. And every time with like any foreign person, just like you want crack cocaine? What really? Like are you talking crack cocaine? What are you talking about? And like no, it's just being fun, man. Like
yeah, okay, druggy.
Okay, druggy. All right. But, that's what Creature Club podcast is. So if you want to give it a listen, Chris will mention it every single stream.
Every time you show up.
They are. So like every time I show up, you give me a nice shout out. So there we go.
So it's always nice to have you here. Let's see here.
Thank you very much. Honestly, Chris, this has been a lot of fun. I would love to do it again. If you would want me, if you would take me back.
Yeah, I'll take you back. Maybe got to work on your potty mouth, but you know.
I will. Next time I'll work on a potty mouth. Next time I will. Absolutely.
You filth.
A lot of filth comes out of me there. So. Oh boy.
I keep wanting to do the JoJo thing.
The JoJo thing of.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I don't watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but I know Grandpa JoJo, and that's about all I feel I needs to be known.
Yeah. Oh my god. It's good. It's a good show. I'm not one of those fans though, so you have to watch it, man. Just it's not for everyone, but I like it, so it's fun. Right. Yes, not everyone should own a pet. Some people are just terrible to animals,
yeah.
So sorry to stall that.
that.
While we were having a stupid conversation, there was an actual conversation about going on in the chat about just like these people should not have pets.
I mean, sometimes the chat is self-sufficient on their discussion.
Yeah, they can just do it themselves. They're just having a nice conversation about not a nice conversation, but just like a proper conversation.
A good conversation to be spoken about, not about a good subject, but something that happens and awareness should be brought to it.
Absolutely.
Puppy mills can, after you save the puppies, of course, be set on fire and burned to the ground.
Yes, get those puppies out of there and then stop it all. Yeah, they're bad. I don't like those puppy farms. I do want all the dogs though, so I'll take those dogs.
Yeah.
And put them in my garden.
Yeah, should introduce them to a breed of puppy outside of their breed, free them from the incest, and introduce some healthy dogs to the world.
Absolutely, yeah. Have a healthy dog. This is for you. And just give dogs to people, but that's actually just gonna make it worse then if I just give dogs to strangers. They might
Yeah.
not be able to take care of it.
No. Well, I mean,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. How's the painting going, Chris? How's the mini going?
well-
How's the fire giant going?
I'm working on her face, and I'm just doing some highlights. And I've done one good dark skin tone miniature ever, and so I am hoping I can make a second and third one.
Okay, excellent.
Because I feel, truth be told, I feel a little nervous about it sometimes, because I want to do it properly. Because there are people
That's skin tone.
of that skin tone, exactly. I mean, if I mess up and make a total abysmal like white person, I don't care. I'm white. No one cares, and because there's no need to. But if I am doing something that represents a group of people of the real world, I want to make sure I make them look nice. So for a long time, I was too intimidated, but with the power of Photoshop and the eyedropper tool, I feel like I'm not doing too terrible. Like, I think the base is really good for shadows and for darker areas. I mean, to be more specific, I mean, there are people of that exact skin tone, like where that is their highlight. But, we come in all colors, shapes, and sizes.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, it's great that you're like, it's great to keep awareness of that when you're doing that. Because I would, if I was doing Fire Giant, I'd just do kind of like what's on the book and like, oh, Fire Giant, I'll make him like a charcoal, like just like a dark color, because like their skin would be charcoal and stuff. But like
I've seen those.
Like, it's a bit more realistic, and that's cool. That's very cool.
I've seen those ones before. There's a lot of iterations. Some of them they're more of like in the like.
Yeah.
But I really like the more realistic skin tone for it, because it's just weird when all of your miniatures are white Caucasians, and B, I think it plays really well with the colors, like just to bring colors and the contrast and the complementary to it. So I really like it and I love it, and I want to not have so many white minis, because again, it's just, I find it freaky.
Yeah, you're very right. Absolutely right.
So let's this guy looks a little off right now, so let's fix that up. I feel like I could probably just do another coat in there, because I'm seeing through the paint. Because paint is semi-translucent and semi-transparent. So the base coat I put on is going to show through the upper coats and the highlights. So I got to make sure that I do that accordingly.
Mm-hmm. I just found a Zelda sounding song on your no, it's not on your playlist. It's just kind of like a related song, and it's like a Zelda remix, lo-fi remix.
I love those. Those are so good. Okay, so I cannot hear it in my head, but I've heard that title before, and I do love that.
Well, it starts off with the so not like one of the like transportation sounds, like do 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 do, and then now it's just doing a lo-fi.
Nice.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's Ocarina of Time sounding stuff. So, it's very nice. It's great. It's a lovely little track.
For those,
I think I've heard all the songs on your playlist so far. And
oh yeah.
I'm just going on to my own like recommended stuff now. So.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. And actually, so for those who do not know, not pulling your chain, Mikey is a musician. So.
Thank you very much.
Anything that he does in terms of badum is going to be much better than what I can do.
Yeah.
Go check out. I don't remember the name of the band right now. I have to pull up Spotify every time. Something Love Cult, Crazy Love Cult.
It's Freaky Love Cult.
Freaky Love Cult. There are 2 tracks, and they're remarkable.
That's my. Thank you very much. I really like those tracks. They're just 2 tracks of songs that I'm like just wanted to do for the and it's me on everything but the drums and production.
So I have to
I
ask,
really enjoyed it.
because
Go ahead.
I can't help but see the similarity. Darkness. Were you pulling inspiration from the band The Darkness? Because the
A
vocals.
lot of the of the dark.
The Dark, yeah.
I can understand. Yeah, not necessarily a thing, but I think I'm a big fan of Darkness. I love stadium rock and I like stuff like that. But the Dark, I was actually going more like Prince kind of with that,
Okay,
but also with a bit of
yeah.
news to it and stuff. But I understand a lot of people say like I sing like the Darkness. I sing kind of like I do falsetto-y kind of stuff. And I like
In that track,
glam rock,
absolutely.
so yeah, I like kind of doing stuff like that. But I feel like that song, I kind of wanted to go a bit more like kind of on the Muse side stuff, really, or Muse with a bit of Prince, and I guess there's a bit of Darkness in there too. So
An unintentional similarity. Still good. It's a good song. I just wanted to confirm.
Absolutely, thank you very much. Because other people have said like the Darkness, and like maybe, yeah. So it's not the first time I've heard that one. So
Well, and it was because the track name too. The track name is what I was like. That's what made me wonder: is this intentional or is this a coincidence?
Yeah, I get you. Absolutely get you. I'd say like the "Not My Day" is very much like
I love that song.
kind of like Darkness, where it's very like I can picture. Well, of course, my dream would be like in Wembley Stadium playing that song, getting everyone to go like "Whoa," and then just like rocking it out because it's very stadium rock. It's very like
Oh, it's a great track.
It's a lot of
welcome to the
like
episode of Mellow Minis where Chris nerds out about his friend.
Thank you very much. I've been nerding about like I'm in the chat nerding out about your minis all the time. So I guess it's my turn now.
Thank you.
But thank you so much. I think I remember the show as well. This is fun. I really like this. I've already said it before.
Yeah,
got a new font.
It's a pretty chill stream. I tried it. So I really I've talked about this before. You've probably heard me mention this before. This last year, 2020, was super rough. I kind of I intentionally following your inspiration on like I'll do a stream where I can hang out with my friends. Other people joined along and I was like, oh, and like I'm already playing this like very relaxed, just with some soft sax, and I was like, I'll just make a nice little safe place from 2020 where people can try to unwind a little bit. I've had a lot of friends tell me they have fallen asleep during my stream because they got too relaxed, and I'm like, excellent. That's a good thing.
Dan's partner is on record of using Creature Club podcast to fall asleep. Because it's like these three people I love, so I'm going to I'm very comfortable now around them, so I'm just going to fall asleep to their voice,
to their ramblings.
Their ramblings, and also like I'm bored, so I'm just gonna let you put me to sleep, and I'm fine with that. Like I'm fine with like that. I'm fine with letting people use my using my voice to help sleep, and that's absolutely fine. Like that's what I use YouTube and stuff and Twitch for myself. So like,
you've got a very nice like I don't know why this is the adjective people use to describe it, but a good like deep buttery voice. I don't know why buttery is of all the adjectives, but it's very just like all the adjectives, but it's very just like it has a relaxing tone to it.
Well, thank you very much. I've been told my voice is all right, so I've always wanted to do something with my voice. It just involved me talking. So
talked about radio Chris, that one time.
I have talked about radio that one time. I have no idea. It's the accent. It must be the accent as well. Yeah. That helps.
It's the accent.
Too.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
His half American, half Irish accent.
Absolutely, yeah. More Irishy, but when I'm over in America, they're like, you sound like a patio Irishman leprechaun.
Oh no!
Yeah, honest, I was working in a restaurant, and this is actually so funny. The guys, of course, ended up finding out I was Irish. So
Oh, the
a
Lucky
guy who I was
Charms.
living with, a guy who was just living with Chris actually was his name.
This is a great
He was just
story.
like, he's like, do you like Lucky Charms? I'm like, I don't like Lucky Charms. Like, no, man. Just because I'm Irish, I don't like Lucky Charms. You don't have Lucky Charms over in Ireland. I'm like, oh yeah, whatever, man. And I was living with them, and then I actually bought Lucky Charms and I started eating them. And
People, how I live my life.
working as a chef in the restaurant I was working at. So I was like, please don't tell the chefs. Don't tell people how I live. I'm like, all right, man, I won't tell anyone that. And then I go there and I'm like, and then I walk up to the chefs like, hey guys, can I see how order number 5's doing? I'm like, all right, Irish. All right, how's it going, Lucky Charms? Like, fucking Chris, you told him. Like, how dare you? He told everyone. They also call me Lucky Charms, of course. So. But the vice versa. But home here, everyone thinks I sound American.
Mm-hmm.
So I learned how to talk from my mom, who's from America. She's from Texas. But I kind of have an Irish Dublin accent, which is kind of a posh, not really super Irishy accent already. It's kind of more Englishy, very much of English kind of influence Irish accent.
Yeah.
But I have that accent with a little bit of a American twang to it because of my mom. So like it's kind of a weird one. It's a weird one. So it's
the little bit of American in your accent. I know that like in the end of the day you have an Irish accent, but there's just little ways that you like I wouldn't be able to put much of a thumb on it. The one thing I will say for certain is the way that you pronounce your THs are very American.
Yeah.
Because
oh
my goodness. Yeah. Well, you pronounce it. So like I've worked with a great deal of Irish people, and not all of them, but a large number of them pronounce it as a more of like a D. So like when they're counting their 30s, it's like 31, 32, 33.
A tree and 2 turds, like
yeah. Where you're very much like 30.
Yeah, I think that's actually but the thing is like it's 30 and but I kind of also father I hunger for kibbles and bits says
oh my god yes
that's Gannon.
I know
father where's my human master where is my nosh but it's actually the thing is like they're probably from like it's I think because my dad would say 30, but he would say 30, not like 30. He would say 30 because very much a like a Dublin, but a kind of a posh South Dublin kind of way of saying it because that's just kind of how he grew up. Well, that's kind of how I grew up really around like a poshy kind of side of it. But we would honestly like would say 30 instead of 30, but because it's just kind of it's a lot more English inspired, I think. It's a lot more influenced by that. It's interesting. It's very interesting because I know, a lot of people, especially mainly in the country, would say 30. Like 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Like it's, but I would say it, and I think most of like my friends probably would say 30 as well, just because we all grew up in this area.
Yeah.
I think Dan would say 30 as well, but they say like not like 30, but 30 like 30.
Yeah. There's a little bit more of an to it for sure.
Actually, because sorry, I just saw Nightbot's just talking there, like because I think Pepe did some caps and Nightbot was just like, that many caps? Nightbot is
yeah, there's no punishment or anything. You're just like, really now?
Good morning for you there, right?
My hunger will not be denied. I will sing the song of my dinner. Yeah.
But I forgot what I was saying. It was something about 30. Oh yeah, sorry. I was over in the States and I would actually put, I think I said this to you, Chris, when I was talking to you a while back.
Mhm.
I'll just say it here on the stream. When I was working in a Tex-Mex restaurant, and I would actually kind of, because I'm kind of a social chameleon, I kind of might pick up on more American stuff when I'm talking to people. So when if I'm a waiter or a server over there, I would kind of maybe put on a bit of American accent, but not really like howdy, y'all. Like I would just be kind of like, hey, how's it going, guys? How are we doing? Let me,
Yeah.
can I get you something? Like just a bit more general about it. I wouldn't really hide my accent too much, but I'll kind of talk a bit more like that. Kind of
Until you mention water.
That's right. Yeah, you got it. So I said, "Can I get you guys some water?"
Some water.
And then like,
yeah,
like water.
Yeah.
Not water, but water.
okay.
Water. And like once you
Yeah.
and other times people like, I'm just like, sorry, it's my accent. I'm like, accent, where are you from? You're not from here? Like, what's going on? Like
the surprise.
I can really hide. Yeah, it's a surprise sometimes with them. And it's because I lived over in Texas and my mom's from Texas, so the American bits I have are from her. Be there, no problem. But sure, if I was living in Canada, Chris, I'd say I wouldn't be able to like get away with it. So,
well, I mean, so the fun thing is, there are some very minor similarities, like, so not so much with your guys' R's, but if I recall correctly, or maybe this is mostly just with the Scots, the pronunciations of like a deep U, like, like, not so much like a guttural, but like, when I say bout, like there's a very like, it goes up and then like there's a very deep ooh, and then it goes back up again.
That's a lot more like Scottish, I think. Yeah, because I'm not like, I think I know you saying like about. I think you would say about, but I think it's a lot more. It's not as deep.
And
I think it'd be closer to Scottish, but
so
kind of in the same direction there. Yeah.
Yeah. So my hometown, we've got a little bit of a thicker accent than like here in Vancouver. And so I've actually, like, over the last 10 years have adjusted out. No gate no more, no sealing Pandora's box. But where was I going with that? Oh yeah, because a lot of Americans will joke very wrongfully and upset a great deal of Canadians, claiming that we say boot.
A boot,
which is
I've heard that. Yeah.
The fastest way of upsetting your Canadian friends.
Sure. He's not calling you leprechauns. Like.
Oh God, yeah, that's offensive. That's just offensive.
Yeah, it is. But here's the thing. You can call an Irish person whatever the hell you want.
Just don't call them English. Yeah, exactly.
You can call me Lucky Charms all you want. Don't call me English. That's it. That's the only thing. Don't call me British or English. Call me Leprechaun. Call me Lucky Charms. I don't give a shit myself. That I don't like at all.
No,
someone
exactly.
did call me that, and I hell for that. But Chris, continue. You're saying.
Yeah. With our accent, so what it turns out is, because I had the hardest time labeling it. It's like, no, it's not that. Like, I would focus on the U, but it turns out we actually do a very silent E just before saying it. So like it's about, like if I slow it down, about. Okay. Yeah. And then about, and it goes ooh.
Yeah.
Which is a very weird way of phrasing things, but it turns out.
Yeah.
Oh. No, you don't need any more. Yeah, he's so loud. He's so chatty. No, it is actual feeding time. Okay.
So
I'm going to mute, and I'm going to put on the offline. I'm going to keep painting, but I'm just going to feed my cats first. So, Mikey, you got the reign for like 5 minutes here.
Oh no, is it still on with me? All right.
Yeah.
I'll play some interstitial music while Chris is gone, so I'll do kind of like elevator music kind of for you. don't even know if you can hear that, but that's all I got. This is scary. I don't know what I'm doing. Sing for us the Song of Ireland. This is where you get me out doing some fucking rebel songs right now. No, I don't got anything like that. That's the Song of Ireland for you there. How we doing there, folks? How we? Yeah, sure. I've always thought it was a boot myself, but I know. Oh, actually, I didn't think it was a boot, but I've heard definitely the boot, like stereotype. But hearing Chris talk during the to English cook like they hate food. They, Jay, that food. There's not there. What is their food? I don't even know. Like, it's just. I don't know. I wouldn't put them like. What they have, beans on toast. That's it. Like, and like an English breakfast. That's just, you know, an Irish breakfast is better, but it's the exact same thing, but still better. Like, it's. What we have stew. We have an Irish stew, which is great. It's an excellent food. We have. That's really it. Stewed beans on toast. Ugh, beans. Not really. Beans is all right. I don't really like beans. Beans on toast. That's just all they got. That's all they got. I love food though. I love cooking some food. I was making. What was I making? Irish stew is fantastic. It's amazing. Here's my dad makes Irish stew. Some people don't know why it's Irish stew, but it's just stew for us. We call it stew. But it's, yeah, he puts potatoes, he puts a bit of everything in there. Like stew, of course, the meat, you gotta have the meat, veg and stuff. And of course, you gotta put in yourself a can of Guinness in there, because some stereotypes are not far from the truth. But a can of Guinness, put it in there, pour it in there, and that makes it. That's what makes it there. I made a spice beef over Christmas, which is beef kind of. I think that's Irish. I think that might be kind of an Irish thing. I don't know if you guys heard of spice beef. You might have heard of it, but I don't know if it's Irish though. But I got like a bit of spice beef, just kind of spiced, and I boiled it in Guinness for like the day. And it was a slow boiled it in Guinness, in like 3 cans of Guinness, and that's how we do it. And it's amazing. It is so good. And of course, you don't get drunk during it because it's just for the taste. It's like, you know, the alcohol like cooks away. You know, it just cooks away. If you don't drink, you don't have to worry about that because it all cooks away. But it's amazing. It's fantastic. Like because a Guinness, it's international. You can probably get that anywhere. So if you can find one in a liquor store, like you can find in a liquor store, the booze cooks off absolutely. So if you're making a stew, I highly recommend getting yourself a can of Guinness and that to make it proper, like authentically Irish. And it's spice beef. I don't know how. Like you might have to look up how to do it yourself. You might have to marinate it, like get a rump of meat, I think, possibly, or just like a lot of it, and just marinate it somehow with lots of spices, lots of different kinds of stuff. I don't know how exact. I've only ever bought it in the shop. I never actually had it. We have Guinness and similar dark beers in the USA. Yeah, I definitely saw Guinness over in the States when I was over there. I think any kind of stout would be good for that. But of course, you got to use Guinness if it's Irish. But yeah, I'd say any stout would do with you. Rabbit or lamb and stew. Yeah, go for it. Rabbit is lovely. Lamb is like, we don't have much rabbit over here, but rabbit is fantastic. I've had rabbit before. It's lovely. And lamb would be great in it too. Just throw any of that in there. It's good.
You're making
Chris
me hungry.
there.
You're making me hungry.
Yes, stew is great. It's fantastic. The beer is roasting pork. It's dark beer and cola. Ooh, that sounds great. I haven't put a bit of cola in there. That sounds fantastic. Yeah, Chris, I love food. I love making stuff myself. So
So I'm going to ruin everyone's day about the alcohol cooking off thing. So it does happen. It does happen. But let me pose a question for you, and you'll come to the conclusion naturally. If I put my food at 100 degrees, the water evaporates. But how long does it take for a pot of water, or like a good can's worth of water, to evaporate? So it does happen.
But does the alcohol like cook away.
It does, but
Whatever.
it takes quite a while, and you have to maintain it for a long time. So if you're doing it like
Gotcha.
all day long, then yeah, it'll happen.
Well, Chris, I don't really care. So,
Well, no exactly.
but I'll take-
I am
Also, who's in the
neither
chat?
sober
Timothy.
nor pregnant. So
That's right. Yeah. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend cooking with alcohol if you're pregnant.
Tim is here.
Tim's music's here in the chat.
Hello,
Tim, aren't you playing D&D? What you doing here? Aren't you playing your D&D game?
You abandoning
Boy.
the D&D?
Oh, I'm listening to Zelda now. Doodaloo, doodaloo, doo. Sorry, I'm listening to Zelda lo-fi beats to watch Chris paint too.
Yeah, it will cook away. It just takes a while. I only mention this because a lot of people say, "Oh, it cooks away," and then they presume that it's all gone after 20 minutes, and it's like, no.
I guess I'm just trying to like.
No.
Just didn't want to stop. No problem. Good to see you, Tim. Good. Thanks for
Yeah,
stopping.
it's nice to see you, Tim. I'm very happy. I don't get too many Tims dropping in. Mind you, I stream at a very difficult time for you to make it in. So, 'cause I know you're working and you are not in Ireland. You're in Georgia, which I saw some cool news about Georgia with election stuff. Good on you guys.
Georgia. On my right.
Turns out I know a few people in Georgia. But yeah, no, you know, it's not a whole lot of alcohol. It totally isn't. I do love myself some Guinness in my stew, though. Guinness and stew is
it's the way
great.
you do it. Did you hear me talking about spiced beef there, Chris?
I did. What kind of spices do you put in your beef?
Here's the thing. I don't actually do it myself.
Do you get your
buy
mom
the
to
spice.
do it? Okay, you buy it.
No, I don't get mom to do it. I buy the spiced beef from the shop. It's already done. It says spiced beef. But that being said, I'm look up right now because I know you can do it. Let's see, spice beef. Oh, spice bag is also a thing, but I'll talk about a spice bag in a minute. All right.
Hold your horses; it'll come in a minute.
Right, here we go. So yeah, black treacle, cloves.
Cloves, yep, cloves are delicious.
Juniper berries, salt,
Ooh.
peppercorn. It says ground allspice on this recipe, but I don't know what allspice is.
Allspice is allspice.
I guess allspice, just use mixed spices.
I believe allspice is a Chinese spice
Allspice.
mix. If I could, I might be incorrect. Nicole is going to correct me, I'm sure.
All might.
All right.
And yeah, I think you marinated in that. And it says water, but
Gunpowder.
you use Guinness. Yeah, you do Guinness.
You got to do the Guinness, yeah. No.
This is the Super Value. This is a store I go to buy it already made. So I think that's kind of what I would do it. But it says cloves, allspice, berries, sugar, salt, peppercorns, and treacle. Black treacle. That's what it says here. That's great. You just marinate it in that and give it a bash bag. All right. Okay, here's the thing about a spice bag, right? Do you want to know what a spice bag?
Jamaican
spice bag
pepper.
is,
There we go.
you get the chipper or the Chinese takeaway, or any kind of takeaway. But mainly, I think it started in the Chinese takeaway. But it's just a bag of chips, which is French fries for you folks at home.
And not
if you're
crisps.
yeah, not crisps, but they're French fries. And you put spices in there, like chilies, shredded chicken, a bit of onion in there, and you mix it up.
What are you
And you
describing?
just eat it out of the bag. You just eat it.
What is this, a spice bag?
Spice bag. Yeah,
Spice
it's called a
bag.
spice bag. A bag of chips, but it has some chicken and some spices and some veg in there too.
Huh.
It's like what you eat when you're drunk, I think. But it's great. I don't know why I'm here is talking about Irish cuisine.
Oh, no. I'm into it. Keep going.
Chicken roll. It's a chicken fillet in a baguette. It's a sandwich, but in a baguette. You just cut up this chicken fillet, and you can get whatever you want in it. You can get like lettuce, stuffing. I get lettuce and cheese and stuffing in mine, but you can get whatever you want, man. Like it's a typical, but only happening here though. You can only get it here. You get in any deli, any shop that has a deli in the back of it, and it's great. So if you ever come to Ireland, Chris, which it'll be great to have to you as well. So
Oh yes, I need to actually get on getting my,
of
my
course,
French citizenship because I'm technically eligible for dual citizenship.
right.
So
That'll be very
if I
handy.
did, I could go to Ireland, just not North Ireland. But
Yeah,
I
that's true.
understand
Yeah,
that's in the works because that happening is
well,
against the treaty.
yeah. Well, if COVID wasn't happening right now, which unfortunately it is, and you technically came over right now and you had French citizenship, you can come
Mhm.
to Republic of Ireland and we can probably drive up there, no problem. And because there's no hard border there at the moment, but
Yeah.
unfortunately there might be. But
Hello,
yeah,
Ash the
Tim,
Serial Hobbyist. Thank you for the follow.
thanks for the follow.
Oh, I've got a happy Ganon now. Sorry for interrupting you there,
That's-
Mikey.
No problem at all. Is Gan doing okay?
Yeah, he's no longer screaming at me. He just gave me a equivalent of a cat hug, which is no longer furious with me over his hunger.
Yeah.
Little jerk.
Excellent stuff. Little jerk.
He is. He's a demanding master, I tell you. For the home, it is Ganon.
Yeah.
Sounds about
You just
right.
live at the house. There.
Yeah, I just live. I'm a live-in. What would be a good term here? Butler. Sure, I'll be a butler. I make his meals ready for him. I'll go with butler. Servant sounds very questionable. I don't like that word.
Butler's fancy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then I could have like a suit. Yeah.
Yeah.
For all the weebs, get to do some like Black Butler stuff.
Black Butler stuff. Wow. Cat
Did you ever watch Black Butler?
I have not watched Black Butler.
Oh,
no.
it's a good
Actually.
good show.
Right.
Cat Daddy. I am a cat daddy.
Hey. Hey, where's my cat daddy?
Oh God.
Sorry. I mean, it sounds so weird.
It sounds like my my old smoker lady. Oh, what you doing over there? I remember in my day. Used to go around on the old cycle.
I used to work with a lady who was exactly like that, but of course was like, proper inner city Dublin. She's like, I hail you, love. How you doing?
Yeah, exactly. I hope you had a good day. It's like, oh, have you had your pack of smokes for the day yet?
Just like 2 packet of Marlboro Reds they smoke. Like,
Oh,
just
yeah.
Like,
Not supposed to be able to hear it. Yeah. No, that's.
watch the first season of Black Butler. That's Tim said that.
Oh yeah, it's a great show. It's a great show. My partner watched the first couple episodes. She wasn't sure if she loved it. I'm like, no. You're gonna like this show because she's going through a lot of anime. And sure enough,
Yeah.
gave it a shot, fell in love. And
That's cool. Very cool.
Yeah. But it's a bit of a tough watch sometimes.
Gotcha. What's going on? Stare Chicken 26. How's it going? It seems like everyone. Not
Stare
deep.
Chicken.
How you doing, Steven? Good to see you.
Did you guys finish your game early? Don't talk to me until I smoked my morning 20 pack.
Smoked me morning 20 pack.
We are. Wow, that voice really cleared my throat out. Actually, I was worried it was going to destroy it.
Yeah, Chris is painting two fire giants simultaneously.
Yeah, I mean they're using the same color palette, so it works well. We're just painting some bulging veins. It's always fun to do that. I mean, how else am I going to know that they're shrunk? Not from their water balloon sized biceps. No, it's by the veins. Look
By the
at
veins, absolutely.
look at
Some detailed veins there.
yeah, we got the storm giant's arms.
That sword's kind of like looking at it now on the screen. It's kind of like a bit droopy. into one direction.
I think it's supposed to look like a lightning bolt, but I could see that. Just,
No, I mean, sorry, it was
Oh.
delayed a month, but it's the fire giant sword.
Oh yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
like,
It's I keep trying to straighten it out, and it's just it won't take.
But no, I can see the storm giant. I can definitely see why it's like that, of course, because it's lightning bolt.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I knew that already.
yeah. I knew that. Come on, come on. What do you take me for?
Oh wait, I know my.
You know your monsters.
Not really.
What,
Critical podcast.
what's that ability? Scary look, mean face. I don't.
I don't know where you're talking.
Yeah.
Look from Pokemon.
Yeah, mean look. That's the one.
Veined means they're dehydrated, which is fair for fire giants.
This is
Fair.
true, actually. This is very true. Dehydrated or a low body fat percentage.
Yeah.
One of the two.
Or just like super strong.
Yeah, exactly, Peppy. We got to get some more veins. Got to get an ab window. Take the knife to. Who am I kidding? This guy clearly's got a beer belly.
Yeah. More sexy men to show that beer belly, man. Show that beer belly.
Yeah, yeah. Show it to the world. Rock
Take
that.
off that armor.
Rock that
You can
ab
do
bod
that, right?
or that dad bod. Dad
Just
bods are
cut
in.
off the armor, right?
Oh yeah,
Dad
yeah.
bods, they're in.
Oh god. Not a fan personally, but I think that's because I've got a bit of a beer belly. And people are like, "Oh no, it's okay, it's in." I'm like, "You're just trying." YouTube subscription. Thank you, Selenote93. Always nice
That's
to see it.
Jack Cat tweet
Oh, is it?
over on YouTube. So.
Oh. Well, fantastic. I'm trying to get 80 subscribers on YouTube. Then I can
Stuff.
get my custom URL.
The dad bod is. See, everyone says dad bod's in, but I think that's once again just people trying to like. Because I'm just like, is it? I always ask like my my female friends, is dad bod in? Like, it's not. I'm sorry. Like, damn. Have to stop eating then. Stop drinking so
Oh
much
man,
beer.
the beer. Okay, I will have like 2 tall cans a week, and then I'll like gain 10 pounds. Oh, a Peppy, thank you for the follow on Twitch there. Thank you. And it makes me so sad because I love beer, especially when it's cold out. And I'll just like have a beer to unwind. Oh, I got another Sarah Chicken. Thank you for the follow there. Thank you, Steven. Just like for me, I'm a big English wit fan. Love me some English wits, or not English wits, Belgian wit. God, we were talking about English for so long. I got it totally wrong.
I thought you were talking like English comedy. Like I like British comedy quite a lot. Like what are we talking about? Like,
No. Wits.
English.
The fruity beers.
Fruity beers. Oh,
Fruity
okay.
beers,
I don't know. I know fruity beers. I don't know Belgian.
Yeah, it's the family of like almost all fruity beers unless they're a sour. Ugh, sours.
Okay.
Will be.
I'm more of a
Belgian.
glass of wine myself.
I like some wine. Do you like yours dried or do you like yours sweet?
I'm more of a like when it's like I dry. My white wine, I kind of like a little
White wines myself.
Red, I like kind of something that's nice and dry
And
a little bit. I don't really know. I just like whatever. But I like red wine with like a steak or something, or like a meaty food. Just something with a bit of beef in it, you know.
Fair. No. A dry red wine can go really well with like a roast.
Absolutely. Here, Chris, I've meaning to ask you this. Your support button, click on it.
Yeah.
Doesn't work.
Doesn't
I wanted
work.
to give you a tip of the one.
Oh.
Right click on it. Is that
it would normally not be a Twitch one. It would take you to some other window. I'll have to look into that if it's not working. But I do have a Patreon.
You do have a Patreon, yes. So if you enjoy what you're seeing here, consider
so
doing the Patreon.
a little bit about that. I do ad-free streams. So I get no Bezos money. No Bezos, because I don't want to slap people around with ads. Oh god, the Twitch ads are terrible. I am not a fan of the Twitch ads.
Do I have ads on mine? Because I did click off ads on mine, even
You
though I'm an
do. You
affiliate.
do if I am not subscribed. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Oh no. It's fine. It's cool. You have cool
Alright.
emotes. I have no emotes.
Yeah,
That's where they
the
get you.
thing. I was thinking about getting rid. Like, I think actually I was even thinking about recently of like not getting rid of the subscriber thing, but I think it's kind of hard to get it back because I was thinking like getting rid of it for now, maybe coming back with it if like I ever wanted to do this with a full time to it, if that ever happened in the future. But I was like, it's hard to get back, so I'm just gonna leave it there. If people want to subscribe, they can. Stuff.
So, what I will say
But
is I am eligible at any time to go in with affiliate, but interestingly, they still keep track of my, even though I didn't accept it, they still keep track of my eligibility for partnership.
yeah,
And like
Okay.
partner, I would be willing more to consider, but I mean like for mini painting art streams, they're not really huge. There's a lot of really good ones, but I think there's like out of all of them, there's like 2 partners in the whole group, which is
Right,
Rush for
yeah.
Hire and Wapelius. James Wapelius is phenomenal. Oh my goodness. So is
Well,
Brush for Hire.
I think the way you're doing it is just on the ball. I think you're doing it fine. Like just
Well,
like
thank
if people
you.
want to, I think if like leaving it as it is, and if people like I would, that's kind of like be my attitude of like if people want to subscribe or want to like give money, they
Yeah.
can.
Totally.
Watch,
It like
how many people
having.
watch it.
Oh.
You know.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh yeah, you got go ahead.
What I was going to say is like having a Patreon is no different than like having the subscription. Like because if it's totally optional, people can choose to do it if they want, and this way it's just like everyone gets to enjoy things without having ads in their face.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
but yeah, well, and thank you for trying to do that. I appreciate that. That's really weird. I gotta go take a look at that now. Yeah, you.
I just thought of
I am following behind on here.
yeah. As Side Transfer said, having trouble finding your YouTube channel, and then Tim just put it up there for them.
The veins mean they're dehydrated. Astonished Pokemon movie. Usually
Live
with low body fat.
I'm going to comment on your YouTube.
Ooh,
Hi,
I will see
big
it.
fan.
Big
Oh,
follows.
Big follows with the power of my stand. Big follows. There we go. Big
What's
fan
your
of that Mike
YouTube?
to Lime. Even though Mike to Lime said it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep, I can see. Hi, big fan of that Mike Dillon. You. Yeah, no, the metrics for partnership are pretty intense, and not only that too. Even if you're eligible and you apply, they might still deny you, which is kind of interesting.
I noticed even like bigger even like YouTubers and stuff even having trouble getting Twitch partnership. You know, so yeah.
Well, I mean, like, since the pandemic, so many people are just using Twitch as a hangout, which I think is valid. I love this as a hangout, like just being able to sit here, talk with people, talk with you here. I mean, I could talk with you anytime, but you know, you get what I mean.
Yeah.
And because it's so much more active now, like it's probably even harder. Like there's more viewers, but they're probably more likely at the same time to deny people because they're seeing this surge and they want to try and make a partnership that's something a little special. So
Yeah. I guess. Yeah.
You know, let's take a look at this here. It's turning out nice. Starting to get a little bit of depth to them. Oh, I can see here underneath her hair braid, it's a little bit of a bald spot on the skin. Let's take care of that.
Have you ever? You did get a big follows, didn't you? I think.
Oh, they attack me sometimes. Sometimes 3 at a time.
I remember watching a streamer. And they got like non-stop big follows.
They
for
come in
about 20
waves.
messages. Yeah,
They're
just kept
just like a plague, like a curse.
big follows.
Big follows. Ugh. Let's see here. I am hating how that cheek turned out. I do not like that cheek, Sam. I am.
Uh-oh. What you gonna do about it?
No, I was trying to go over with a slightly darker color. I went too liberal on the highlights. I'm using just a glaze, so what that means is it is a paint that is thinned down with a medium, so there's less pigment, but it still applies, and it's semi-transparent for anyone who is interested in finding out some of the terminology of that nonsense I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're saying.
Well, this is why I explain it.
Okay. Cool.
For people like you, Mikey, why aren't you paying attention in class? Wake up! Go all teacher lectury.
You're just the establishment, all right? I don't want to listen to you.
That's fair. That's okay. No one takes me seriously.
No, don't say that.
All right, let's see here. So we've got that, and we've cut off the nips of her armor too, which is I'm feeling quite happy about actually.
Yeah, this fire giant had like bat nipples, like on the Batman armor, and I was like, Chris, can you just cut them off? And they're like, yeah, I can do that. So we did it. Tim says I'm colorblind, so it doesn't much help either, but I believe you. So.
Oh really? What kind of colorblind are you, if you don't mind me asking, Tim? Is it red green? What is the other one? It's purple orange, I want to say, or is it blue orange?
Might be orange, but he'll tell you.
Because I actually have one or two people that follow along and are in my Discord. They are also colorblind, and they still manage to do some pretty remarkable painting. So if you ever want to give it a try, don't let that hold you back. Just sometimes becomes a bit more of a group activity of just at the same time, don't mind me. I think everyone can do everything.
Anyway, Pepe says, anyway, the boyfriend is home. We're going to go shopping. Have fun scraping nipples. Pepe, thank you so much for joining us and in the chat. Have a good one. Enjoy yourself.
Thank you so much for joining in, Pepe. It was really nice to have you come in and hang out. All right, let's pull up some of that dark flesh tone.
Timothismusic.com says, very broad, but not very deep, is how I describe it. Lots of mixes, but I see most of them.
Okay. So, very broad. What do you mean by broad? But not very deep is how I describe it. Lots of mixes.
What is there? What's the term for your what's the term for your colorblindness, Tim? Do you have a term for it? Is there different ones? One that you specifically have?
I mean, you don't have to share if you don't want to. I'm just curious.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if it's a touchy subject, I can. Red, green,
yellow.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like I know Tim. I know, or at least I understand that Tim's actually quite open about this, but it's up to him anyway. So.
That I understand now. That is broad.
Yeah.
So is it that, I guess that means if those are all the color ranges, I can't remember what it's called. If it's cones or rods, but it sounds like you have only one of the three. Or you only have because I think that's a big misconception for a lot of people who don't have color blindness. I do know that if you have color blindness, it's not that you can't see it at all, it's just you have significantly less of the necessary rod or cone. Again, I can't remember. But it sounds like you have two of the three. It's missing the rod of 7 parts.
He's
Deuteronoma, but interesting. That's very fascinating. Ooh, this room is getting dark fast. Good thing I've got all these lighting setups.
That's my new superhero that I'm.
Dark fast.
Dark fast.
Are they a speedster? Are they DC or are they Marvel?
It sounds like a DC hero, I think.
Yeah, I could buy that.
Yeah. You will buy that because I'm writing it. So I want to see you there first in line.
I see what you've done there.
Rods are for light, cones are for color.
That's
rods
what it
are for
is.
brightness. The rod of the immovable rod. How about that one? What do people think about that one?
I love the removable rod. I think there are so many cool things that you can do with
strong, and I did so well my checks that I moved a little bit of an immovable rod. I did like a crit, and then had help of Stair Trick and 26 with their with a divination check, with their divination wizard who helped me with it as well. So I just like did a, it was a very good check. So I just moved it a bit, and it just broke through the dimensions basically. So it was very weird. It was very good though.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like some of the ideas that people come up with them, like the idea of using them to climb up indefinitely without a ladder or stairs if you have two of them.
Yeah.
And just going
very cool.
click, 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 click. And just lifting up with them. You can do D&D is so cool. God, I want to play again.
It's a good game. It has a lot of flaws though, but it's still pretty good.
It certainly can. It certainly can. And I think I love the people who play D&D, but there's definitely, depending on where you're looking, there can be quite the toxic culture in the fan base, unfortunately.
I was talking originally. I was talking about the system itself, but yeah, absolutely the fan culture and the that does have a lot of toxicity to it.
Oh yeah, I mean the game is the edition and system is by no means perfect. Absolutely.
Yeah. But like I know I guess my friend group, some of them talk about the flaws of D&D.
If there's something. Yeah, like if there's something you bothered by, either don't use that rule, or find a better fix for it. It's like that's literally how people played the early editions before the internet. They interpreted it a certain way and went with the way that was the funnest or made most sense for them.
There is no wrong way to play D&D, but there is a right way. That is like a mantra that Stair Chicken 26 says. That Steven says. It's that everyone is having fun. That's the key. That's the key. That's the right way.
Yeah. No, I'm all about that fun.
Yeah. I've been sitting here for so long. I'm very happy to be here, Chris, but this chair is like the worst.
Oh, that's right. You're on the floor.
On the floor. The floor would be a lot.
No.
I'm actually on my like dining room kitchen chair.
Okay.
With like a the pillow is the only reason why this is actually working right now for me.
Oh no! If you gotta go, man, you can go. It's okay.
No, I'm here for the long run. I'm fine. I'm here.
Okay. I was like, oh crap.
I can do this, no problem. And my lo-fi beats are sounding good.
Nice.
It's called Spike's Bugle by Salb.
Spike, is there a lot of Cowboy Bebop in it?
Yeah, it's from an album called Bebop, and there's a picture of Spike on the cover.
So
I think it might be a remix of a cover. A remix of something from Cowboy Bebop, maybe a soundtrack.
It's like lo-fi beats for cowboys, or for space cowboys.
Lo-fi beats for cowboys, that'll be great, but...
Yeah, no, sorry, space cowboys. I got to meet, God, why can't I remember his name?
A real-life cowboy.
The voice actor for...
oh, I know. What's...
Steve Bloom. Steve Bloom.
Yeah,
Um,
that's it.
remarkable guy, super cool.
Very cool.
Also likes D&D.
That's cool too. Sure, D&D's great though. Everyone likes D&D.
Yeah, Steve Bloom. His I don't know if they're married now or fiance. She used to play or appear on Critical Role sometimes.
Cool.
That being said, she's also a voice actor and uh, usually a what would it be director for a lot of projects. So like at some point or another, she has been the boss of a lot of the staff members of Critical Role.
Okay.
Oh, what
Mary
is
Elizabeth.
it? Yes,
Says,
Mary Elizabeth McGlynn. Did not get to meet her, only met Steve, but she seems just as swell. Yes, Gannon.
As well.
What is it?
What's Ganon doing?
I don't know. He's demanding, and I cannot understand his cat.
I don't speak cat.
I don't speak cat either. Is Timmy in the well?
And we are lost.
I guess there's a Tim in the chat. I don't think Timmy's in the well. I think you're telling
Ganon saying just.
telling lies, Gannon.
Does Ganon still want food? Maybe.
God, I hope not. Wouldn't put it past him. Or hey, buddy. There he is. Little kitty
I
massage.
wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I'm starting to get close to getting pretty hungry, so not sure how much
Close to
longer. Oh yeah, no,
You
no,
should
for
be.
sure.
Hey, Ganon. Oh,
Yeah.
that's a cute kitty.
He's a super cute kitty. Likes to cuddle too, on his terms, of course.
Peddling lies.
Peddling
Yeah, I said it
lies.
was midnight. Yeah, I said it was midnight though, but it's not lying. I'm still hungry. I just shouldn't eat. That's it.
Hunger can strike at any hour.
Hunger is
The greatest enemy.
Yeah. Hunger is the greatest enemy. Absolutely.
To heck with your the greatest evil is man. It's hunger. I got the munchies. The dragon's motivated by the munchies. I like that actually. Hunger is dis-ease.
Steven's asking if you have any Warhammer. Chris.
So I started mini painting, Stephen, with Warhammer 40k. I started painting Tyranids originally. This was about 10 or so years ago. So I actually ended up putting most of my 40k stuff in a box and then just leaving it for anyone in the apartment building to take. I kid you not. I kept a good chunk of it, but for the most part, I was just tired of holding on to something I was not using. I had one of those moments of frustration where I was like, I just don't care what happens with it. I just want the house clean, and I am throwing this in the garbage. I do that a lot. Because I get to be a bit nitpicky about certain things. Have a grilled cheese, Mikey.
I should have a grilled cheese.
So I did that. I kept all the ones that were like not super obviously sci-fi, so that if I want to be like, yeah, you're facing these aberrations that all they do is hunger and want food. Which is literally what Tyranids are. X model, still.
Just some abominations for D&D.
Yeah.
Encountered.
Exactly. I wanted to do that, and also at the same time, just make room on my shelf for other minis and the like, because I'm
more and more. So do you have any Warhammer then? That's you still have some. You still have those.
I
some
still
of those
have
guys?
some, yeah, but I wouldn't have enough to play.
Yeah, I mean, the guys, having the guys, your guys
Mhm.
instead of. From what I heard, and I even played a game of Warhammer using some Stare Chickens guys. Uh, the game's like it's all right. It's a bit of fun.
The
with your
game's
mates, but
okay.
it's like it's not the most appealing part of Warhammer. It's the most appealing part is painting your dudes. You know.
Yeah, I mean, some
And
some people are
that's
all there for that game, but the gameplay itself for me, it's like, I don't know, it's okay. Like I don't find it the most remarkable game in the world, but I mean, at the same time, I also am not the world's biggest fan of RTS games. Like, if you ask me to play
mm,
StarCraft, I'll do it, but I'm not gonna have a blast. So I mean, like, I know that I am not the target audience for the gameplay of it. Um,
yeah.
at the same time, I like the models that Games Workshop has. I'm not a big fan of the highway robbery that is Warhammer. um,
Yeah.
the price, like, I can look past the currency exchange. That is over in the UK, about the pricing, and I found out that with the currency exchange, if we were abiding by the currency exchange, I would be paying even higher. And then, in fact, the people that pay the most for the game are actually in the UK. And so that was kind of like a, you don't say. Well, that's weird. I would expect them to be paying the least. And they kind of have this model of the more powerful the figure is, the higher that they might charge for it, like a pay to win kind of strategy. And I'm just like, no, I don't want
Yeah,
to play
and
that.
it's also like they're the only company doing those things. So crack up the price. Like no one's gonna
Mm-hmm.
stop them really because selling. They're the Warhammer company, so let's
Well,
make
mm-hmm.
the Warhammer stuff high price. You know,
Well, and
no one can stop.
they've done a very good job of making it so that the store shops are the best places to play, where every, like, they already have all the terrain and they have all this, like, they've created the perfect environment, where they also say no third party products. um,
Yeah,
so they've done their work, right? Like, they've made sure that that's the case. They've done well, and I kind of go out of my way to introduce people to all these other mini companies, because they kind of had, um, I can't speak for now. This was at least the case when I was playing, where they were kind of creating this atmosphere where miniature painting is not the hobby. Warhammer is the hobby. We are the best. We are the only option. We are great. Buy Warhammer.
right.
And it's just like, ooh, ooh, you got some strong, like, drink the Kool-Aid energy. No, thank you. Because, like, yeah, it just. And again, a lot of these are my own personal experiences. I don't give anyone a hard time for loving Warhammer. I can see why people would love the game. Um, it's just I have had some negative experiences, and for once, the negative experiences were kind of seeing what was going on in the company and not the players. I won't even get into, like, some of the toxic fan base of it. Um, 'cause
Right. Sure, they're everywhere.
that's another,
Tim, thanks for
exactly.
joining us. Talk to you next time.
Oh, you have a good
He's
rest
off.
of the day there, Tim. Nice to see you, buddy. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, toxic fan bases are everywhere.
Oh, everywhere. Absolutely. God. Oh God.
I can understand
On
Warhammer
D&D,
being a big and D&D. Yeah,
I left Facebook because of it. It was so bad on Facebook. I was like, yep, I'm out of here. I tried to find some cool D&D Facebook groups. There aren't any.
no,
At least
Nope.
no big ones. So all these yeah. It doesn't help too that, like, there's a lot of older people on Facebook.
yeah. I just left Facebook because I was like, there's no reason for me to be on this. I'm depressed now, so I'm going.
Yeah, no.
I leave.
when I kind of migrated over to Twitter, I was like, I like this place. This is a little bit better. I don't have to. There's no social pressure of accepting a person's friend's request and seeing their
Yeah.
racist banter. Um, you know. Um, that being said, like I think Nicole side answer there is probably the only cool person I have on my Facebook who's like actively using Facebook and just reposting art posts.
Hmm. Well, that's cool. Sure, like you're gonna have some people who are cool.
Oh,
But, like,
exactly. Yeah.
social media in general, I've just kind of realized is just I kind of understand that I should be on it, and being if I'm doing streams and stuff, it's good to have like
Mhm.
some sort of like place in case someone has a question about whatever. But
Yeah, or like you can make announcements like won't be on today or
yeah,
that kind of jazz.
absolutely.
But you got your Discord server going on now, so.
Yeah, I got that up there just because like that's a good place for it. It's kind of the first place that I would kind of mention that stuff.
Mhm.
But social media in general is just kind of like, it's a bit depressing. And it's a bit weird how addictive it can be, and like,
Yeah.
not great, like for the psyche, and just generally like, oh, I'm bored. I'm gonna look at Twitter now, and then you go on Twitter, and then
Yeah.
all bad news and everything, or on my Twitter, it's pornography and bad
Oh
news.
god.
But, like, I'm not following them; they just appear on my
Yeah,
Twitter.
because
That's the
somebody
thing.
you're following is following them.
Yeah, I'm just like, all right, this is my Twitter now. That's it. Like, but,
Yeah.
like, but the bad news is there. I'm like, this is just depressing me now. Like,
Oh
it's
no,
like,
no! I get that energy, man. I get that so much.
Yeah.
Like,
uh,
I was so. I'm not going to talk about it because it's one of the most pressing subjects of like the last couple weeks. Um, but like when all that stuff was going on in like the U.S. Capitol, I was on stream
Yeah.
and some a buddy of mine jumped in and he was like, "Oh hey, so this happened," da da da, and I was like, "What?" Like I was not prepared for it whatsoever. And I was like,
Right,
"Okay, well I guess
yeah.
I'm gonna paint a happy little giant. Paint the
Yeah, and then
happy
you're kind of thinking all that
giant." Yeah,
yeah,
my mind's going like a million miles an hour.
yeah. Like, I can't do this now. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's and also just like generally looking at, especially when I noticed in Facebook, and I think Instagram. I still have Instagram, but Instagram is a lot for it where I've kind of, it's all about look at all these people and they're just kind of, it looks like they all are doing much better than you, even though they're all just like not, and it's just they're just putting on a, of
Oh
course they're
yeah.
just putting up a performative, like I'm just gonna do my performative social media thing where it looks like everything's fine, but I'm just a human as well, so everything isn't always fine. But when you look at that, you're like, I'm having a bad day. I go on Instagram or even Facebook as well. I'm like, everyone's doing much better than me today, aren't they? Ooh.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't partake in the following of people too very often. Like especially the people that are like basically fabricating this perfect life on Instagram. Do you have plans to use those minis a game? I've probably used 20% of my minis and players either kill them in a single encounter. So, Stir Chicken, I would love to use all of my minis. Whether I will or not, I have yet to find out. Painting for me is largely a hobby of just like, let's take this piece of plastic and turn it into something, and then have, if I'm being entirely honest, have some what do you call it, imposter syndrome afterwards, where I convince somebody else that's not me painted the miniature that's in front of me. Where despite there being a recording of me painting it, the entire process.
that would, I didn't do that.
Yeah, it's like, nope, somebody else took my hand. It's a ghost. Ghost.
But yeah, but it wasn't like a. I kind of have a cool idea for giants now. I might do a couple giants and paint them up for a. I know obviously because of COVID, you got like it's not no plans for a D&D
Oh
game. But,
yeah.
like, that kind of idea of like, oh, I have a giant campaign in mind. Let's do a few giants. So I'm gonna get a few giants out of the way.
So
now.
for that, it's hard for me to say that that is or is not the case. That's very much present, but at the same time, I have a million campaign ideas in my head. So,
Yeah.
um, it's like sometimes it's a matter of I'm gonna back this board game because it has just some really hecking cool miniatures in it. Other times it's like I really want to make use of giants someday in this campaign that I think would be cool, and so order 10 or 15 giants. Like I have Storm King's Thunder. I would love. Okay, I would love to do a reimagining campaign of um, Against the Giants, Revenge of the Giants, and Storm King's Thunder. Like, just do something
Giants
like.
Revenge.
Yeah, Revenge of the Giants was a 4th edition adventure that I got for like $10.
I said Giants Revengeance, but yes,
Yeah,
Revenge of the Giants is
Giants Revengeance. Yep, exactly. Oh God.
Is that a fourth edition adventure? Is it?
Yeah, it's a 4th edition adventure. I grabbed it because, in the end of the day, a module is just a plot, and I refuse. I do not understand the concept where people are like, "Oh, you can't use the other editions." I'm like, "Why not? It's a plot. There's the bad guy. This is some details about him. Go fight him. Come up with a new stat block." I mean, if you've been playing D&D, yeah, if you've been playing D&D for 2 years or something like that, like at this point, I would imagine you know how to make a stat block. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to change my headset here.
Uh-oh.
Boo boo. Go adjust my audio. Okay, that is good.
Chris, stop painting. Oh no, he has his AirPods on. Chris!
Oh, I'm just realizing too, actually. There's a good chance this is going to force me to what's the word? It's going to force me to end my stream, but let's find out. So I can see that audio. I can hear nothing. I think Mikey can still be heard. Because I can see I see the audio spikes saying that Mikey's hearable. Oh, is it like MIDI audio setup? Go into here, go into my multi, add this to it, and then there we go. Now I can hear everything again. Yep. Can you guys hear everything okay?
Yeah, Chris, they could hear you for the entire time, so
perfect.
I think the audio coming in's okay.
Oh, I just want to make sure they can hear you.
Yep. I think
cool.
Maybe. I was just going like blah, blah. That's all I was doing.
Yeah, so. I could. Is that the Age of Empires 2 sound?
That's like blah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. As soon as I heard that, I'm like, like whenever you upgrade something, or like, it's such a weird sound.
I do that with my mates all the time. I do Age of Empires noises all the time. It's so weird. Like
I love that game. I love that game so much.
And then that's the castle. And then
oh yeah. Or the relic, gaining the relic. And then what else is it? I think it uses the same or what is it? Not a miracle. What were those things called? That if you have it long enough, you just win the game. A wonder. Yeah. The only RTS game that I ever really played. AFK, playing some Battlefront, but listening. Sounds good, Nicole. Right? It's really nice to have you join in today. I will tell you that right now.
Yeah. I'm not like I was playing a lot of that game with people who are much better than me, so it ended up being like I keep losing.
Yeah.
I just keep losing this game,
Yeah.
But I do enjoy the game quite a lot, but I just lose whenever I play against anyone. Like like because like everyone seems to be better at me at this game. So all right, that's
Oh,
fine. But I'm
yeah.
having a bit of a fun time.
That was my experience with all RTSs until I got to a point where I'm just like, I cannot play this genre of game. I will play the
Yeah,
one. I will be that person that plays the one player solo campaign, and then
yeah,
drops the game.
that's absolutely me. Yeah, I'm no good. I'm no good at any competitive game. I just play JRPGs.
Mhm.
That's my thing. So
Yeah, yeah, or
uh,
like beat 'em ups like Devil May Cry.
yes, absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah.
like solo player games. I like stuff with like because I'm very much like a. I like gamey games, but I'm very much like I play games for story myself. So
Hmm. Yeah,
that have a bit of good gameplay to it. Yeah,
yeah.
that's like a bonus. But I like stuff with story myself. Uh,
You know, if you weren't an, if I didn't know already that you're not an only child, I would be like, you're giving away that you're an only child. Except I know the fact that it's not the case.
yeah, yeah. I'm got a brother and sister. Uh,
Yeah.
but actually, even with that, like we got Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time,
Hmm.
and very much family thing we did was like all play together and watch my brother play it
What?
and like
That's cool.
play together. Like that's kind of a thing. That's been very much a thing in my life of watching each other play video games and sharing that experience, even like single player games. That's why I kind of really like doing that.
Hmm.
Uh, I tried doing that before with people, other than my stream.
Everyone
I
wants to
completely
play.
understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand letting people play, but it's either I want to play it or when they play, they don't want to play it. You know, they're not into it as me, so
Hmm.
they're just not into the idea of playing a single player game together. You know.
And that content of like that's a very much a trait that I've only found in people who have siblings, and typically, usually, some of the younger siblings are more
Yeah.
content with that. Because like I am the oldest by a gap of 10 years, right? So I have like the behavioral traits of both a only child and an eldest child.
Right. Yeah.
Um, you know, just things I've observed from people like, okay, yeah, and like it's um, being cool watching the game. I've only encountered that in people who are siblings.
Hmm.
Um, not
Yeah.
always, but often the youngest.
That's yep. That's me. That's uh even like there's times where I'm just like, you can do this and that, but I've kind of started try to not do that as much. But there has been times with like a game I played before, if
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
watching
yeah.
someone play Ocarina of Time, I'm kind of like, you should do this, but I normally just try to
Oh,
step
it's
back.
so hard. It's so hard not to. I hear ya.
Very
I
yeah,
hear ya.
but most of the time I'm just content watching someone play. But I'm kind of I like story in games, as I just said, so I kind of
Hmm.
want to see people progress in the story. So I think an ex partner of mine, we were playing Red Dead Redemption 2, and they were like, "You haven't played before, so let's play the game." Like, cool, let's do it. And then I was like, "Cool, you can get like I'll play a bit and you can play a bit." And then whenever they played, they didn't do any story at all. And then
Mm.
I'm like, I want to play Red Dead Redemption 2, and then they would not play any story at all. They would just kind of
Were
do
they just kind of like leaving it for you?
no, because I would want to play with them. I don't know, but maybe they were. I don't know. But yeah, I'll just be like, can we do some story? But I didn't want to say it. You know, like, uh, yeah, I guess so. I kind of just like see people progress. I kind of like to progress in the game, even if I
I
am
can
just
hear
watching it.
him like he's in the room next to me.
Yeah,
Right? Are you talking about Mikey or are you talking about me there, Stephen?
I think it's about me because I am in the room.
Yeah,
next
you
to him.
are in the room next to him. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. He was
Yeah.
talking about. Can you guys hear him? I understand. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's being a
There's
smarty pants.
Chancer, he's a smarty pants. So
They were a forge mistress working out on a river of lava in a frozen wasteland. Made them a mall out of Remoraz. What is? I missed the first message. I had a fire giant appear in a game I was running with some new players. That sounds cool.
very cool.
River mall made of Remoraz. I have two Remoraz models, and I have considered doing one of them
Oh,
a
Remoraz
alternate.
is one of my favorites. Can you do that? It's one of my favorite monsters.
I could totally do it. I was gonna say I had a consideration of making one like a lava Remoras because like they already are very high heat. They're a very unique monster for that. I really like that. But like I had the idea of like is there a way I could like make a homebrew like variation of a Remoras?
Yeah. Do it. I'll watch that. Thank you. I will be there watching it.
Most excellent. Bells on.
Yeah.
Big follows.
Big follows. I'll get big follows there.
Oh,
Sure, Chris.
goodness.
If you want to buy subscribers or follows, just let me know.
Oh yeah. Cool. I can pay you. Oh.
Details and
Oh yeah. Yeah, and it sounds like a great idea. Nothing could go wrong.
nothing can go wrong. Absolutely nothing can.
So, for anyone who is not familiar with why am I going over in black, it is for the metallics. Metallic paints do really well over black. They have a better sheen and reflectivity to them. I can't remember if glossy black is supposed to work even better, but using a matte black, I've gotten some pretty nice results too. So that is, and frankly, I only want it to be up to a certain point, like of reflectiveness, because the idea being that when you're always surrounded by heat, even if there is low moisture, the oxide or the oxygen in the heat can actually result in some rust, especially for gold and brass. I like brown for metallics myself. Oh, like doing a layer of brown and then painting over. Well, are you using true metallic metals or are you using non-metallic metals? Because I am a sucker. I use true metallic metals. Because I'm lazy, but I go with inks to do shading. I don't just leave them, paint them, and be done with them. But that's interesting. I'll have to consider that. I feel like I should ask you a question, Mikey, but I don't know what to ask you. I'd ask you what games have you been playing lately, but I know the answers.
Yeah, just stuff on stream. I've been playing Monster Hunter World, who I mentioned to you before.
Yeah.
I've been playing Undertale for the first time.
Oh, how are you liking Undertale? I love that game.
Undertale's great. I did the true pacifist run because
Nice.
I kind of went into it blind enough, but I was like, I know the idea that you can either spare or kill kill like anyone that you come across in the game. So I was like, I know the gist that you can do one where you don't kill anyone, one where you do kill everyone. So I did the one where you don't kill anyone, and it was very good game. And I'm now in the process of doing the no mercy run, where I'm killing everyone. I am stuck on, of course, what considers to be one of the hardest bosses in video games in general. So like I'm just like Sans.
Yeah, he's a monster.
Absolutely. So I'm just like, I can't do it. Like, but I pop in every once in a while to like, if I have like an hour to like grind at it, I give it a go. But I'm like, this is tough. Like, but I probably will do it at some point because I have thrown myself against games before and eventually got through it. But it's very good. It's a great game. I completely understand why people are so into the game. You know.
Oh yeah.
It's like
without
it's
a
huge
doubt,
fan base, and very, of course, devoted fan base, very controversial fan base, of course. But still, I understand why the game's like considered very good, and it's been a very fun game. Good game. So I've been playing that, and I was playing Yakuza 7 when it came out. Yakuza Like a Dragon, which I mentioned.
And that's the RPG one. Yeah.
RPG. Yeah, it became a turn-based RPG, and it's just great. It's more of that, but it's an RPG, kind of close to like a Persona
Hmm.
game, uh, uh, and with like of course Yakuza in it, where it has these. It's pretty much the games don't really change that much, but I still love them. But it's like my favorite series now.
I can
But
see what you like about it. Like
yeah,
having watched Yakuza 0, I can see what it is you like about it. Um,
mm,
and yeah, Sarah Chicken, um, the Citadel Metallics do have metal bits, or what is it called? I can't remember the name for it. It's also the alternative glitter. Um, but I've heard that they really improved their metallic metals somewhat recently, which was
mm,
cool because when I used them 10 years ago, they were awful and not very metallic, especially the
right.
gold. Um, but yeah, no. On the Undertale thing, so one thing that I thought was fascinating, um, Goat Mom, I can't remember her name, so Goat Mom.
Yeah, cool. Yeah,
Um, if she whittles down your health in the first or in the fight that you have to leave, where you're trying to like, liberate
yeah,
yourself, all of her attacks actually dodge you if you try to
uh, true. Yeah,
if you're low
and
health because she doesn't because it's very clear like she doesn't want to hurt you. She's just trying to protect you and keep you inside.
yeah,
Um,
and it's stuff like that, just like storytelling through gameplay, is
yeah,
what makes the game very fascinating. It's very, very fun, uh, and it's really great because I think, and I know the game was full of stuff like this, but it was like basically I know I wanted to do a pacifist run of it,
yeah, yeah,
but how to beat her. I think I found out that you just kept pressing spare, and that's what happened. But I was like,
yeah,
maybe you
yeah,
down her health to like pretty much just before zero, and that's how you do it. So
yeah.
I did
No.
that. I accidentally killed her, and
Oh
then I was like,
no. It's
"Oh
so
no, I'm
sad
gonna
when that happens.
very sad, of course." And then I reset it,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
yeah.
I finished up, and then after that, Flowey is like, "I know what you did. You reset it because you felt bad. You killed her," and it was stuff like that. I was like, "Whoa, this game is
Yeah.
so bad," and
Yeah.
that's like the appeal of the game. It's like stuff like that where like it's very like Psycho Mantis. You like to play
Hmm.
Castlevania kind of stuff. Like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and I think it's a very interesting narrative. Like I think games these days, a lot of them are doing the I know I'm a video game thing, and it's interesting when they do it like effectively like that. I think
Hmm.
it's very cool. It's a cool game, yeah. And it's stuff as you just said there, Chris, where uh, like you only kind of just notice. Hold on, like none of their attacks are actually hitting me now that they will
Yeah.
down my health, and it shows exactly everything about the character. Like it's like almost like if you want to know how to beat them, you have to know a bit about their character.
So,
Like
and here's a second fun trivia about that combat. She
yeah,
can it's very difficult, but after trying deliberately to die, she can kill you, and if she does, there's a brief second before it goes to the game over where she's covering her mouth in shock because very
right,
much she did not want that to happen.
right, interesting, very cool,
Yeah.
interesting. So yeah, I'm just throwing myself at the sands wall right now, and that's
Uh,
really
hardest thing ever. I think there, if I recall correctly, there's a way you can hack his health in like outside of the game through your save data. I can't remember,
right. Yeah,
but there's a way to change the values,
and
and
that's a actually. With that being said, that's a very Undertale way of beating him because that's
yeah.
kind of like a theme of the game is hacking to win.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, absolutely.
uh,
Because there's like three endings I think, and one of them is only obtainable after winning the game already once.
okay.
Um, I can't remember. So after when you did the pacifist run, super big spoiler alerts. Anyone here? Or actually, maybe I should talk to you outside of this because I don't want to ruin the game. Oh, but it's been out for
Right.
quite a while. Oh, but you're playing for the first time. Okay, yeah, you and me can have the conversation outside because I have
If you want, yeah.
questions and I'm curious
Whatever.
who your final boss was.
In the pacifist one.
Yeah,
Yeah. We can talk about that, no problem. But yeah.
Dope. Eh.
We can do.
Yeah, I'm doing something super boring here right now.
Oh,
Nap
nap time
hobbies.
hobbies. Oh, Kelsey, Nick, nice to see you guys. How are you today? We're just doing ourselves some more giants.
You just see little animated Chris running.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, he does kind of look like me a little bit, doesn't he? He was just a
Little bit,
GIF
yeah.
I found online. Yeah, he's got the red beard and everything. It's with black.
Steven,
Huh?
we're not talking about spoilers anymore. Don't worry. No more spoilers. Steven's like, let me know when the spoilers are over.
Oh yeah. No. I opted to just end up talking with Mikey in private over that. I don't want to ruin it for anyone. Because
Yeah, I think it's very good going to a blind. So even if
Oh,
you don't
as
know
blind as possible. Yeah.
blind as possible.
Yeah.
Uh,
But yeah. Oh, hello. Thank you for the follow there, Valos and Victus. So what were you guys working on today, Kelsey? I presume it's Kelsey. It's usually Kelsey behind the wheel of the account. But yeah, so for anyone who hasn't seen it before, so I did this fire giant a while back. It's on my Instagram account. Let me just maybe up the exposure a little bit now that the sun has run away from us. Here we go, just a little bit. Working on Corn Chaos Terminators, and yeah, it's Kelsey. It's always Kelsey. So we're just doing her her little friends. Same way, same kind of color palette with the bright hair. So just going over that. Yeah. And I've got my friend Mikey on the co-hosting here. He does a gaming stream and is 1/3 of the D&D podcast Creature Club pod. So go check that out. It's available on Spotify, iTunes, just about all the places. Yeah, as you guys like to say, anywhere you get your podcasts. I don't know how many places there are.
I've noticed every podcast says that now, because usually when you upload a podcast, lots of different websites just kind of take it for their own podcasting websites. So it's like, yeah, it's everywhere. It's just everywhere now. Like when you do
how do you get your metrics then in that case? Like,
it's all to do with the RSS feed. I think it's they all just take the RSS feed, and it goes from that. So
that's neat. Yeah, because I remember you guys were able to tell that you guys were getting a whole bunch of views in Canada when I was watching.
That was from you, I think. I'd say.
Yeah. That's what you accused of me of on the podcast.
We don't have a whole bunch of fans in Canada. It's just Chris.
Yeah. That was fun. That was entertaining for me to hear my own name on the podcast the first time. I was like, oh, neat.
Sure, like you were like one of the first ones to kind of pop out. Like one of the first ones. There was a bunch of people who sent out emails, but you're one of the first ones who said, "Hey, Creature Club, I think you guys are all right." And we're like,
I said more than all right.
Like, someone likes us, and then we just latched onto you ever since. Like we're just like, you still like us.
Must protect. Don't let him escape.
You still like your show, right?
Oh yeah.
Don't worry, I know you do. I know you like our ramblings.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, of course we're mentioning it. It's just like, you listen and you coming back. Like you're our.
I was the one that told you guys to get on it and make a Twitter account.
Yeah, that's right, and we did it.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Usually, we're just like, if someone says you should do this, we're like, yeah, all right, we'll do that.
So when's that Patreon gonna come out, eh? No rewards. Just let me throw you some coffee money.
Coffee money? I don't know. I think we're actually thinking about it at some point, but we do.
You should.
We would want to get rewards for it somehow. We just don't. We don't know what kind of rewards we would do. So
it's tough, man. I getcha.
Maybe like a newsletter of homebrews, because Dan's very good for his homebrews. So he's scraped together something cool for the for like the listeners. We might do it at some point. We might wait a little bit for it, but yeah, we'll see.
Well,
Absolutely.
I'm gonna jump in head first. So
Well, thank you very much. That'll be
yeah.
awesome. I don't know when it will happen.
I don't know. Okay.
Or something else, all right?
Just
Don't pay us.
go look over there. It's a distraction. Oh man. So for the Raiders, why am I painting this primed miniature in so much black? It is because with true metallic metals, the sheen and reflectivity is all the higher when it's painted on top of black. It has to do with how light interacts with bright and dark surfaces. So, in case anyone did not know already, a little bit of education bit. Besides that, man, I was thinking about what to talk about with giants, but you and me have already gone over so much, and you and me have gone into the discussion before. So like,
Yeah, the listeners have not heard the stuff, I
Yeah.
think, but I kind of forgot what we mentioned, to be honest with you. We kind of, even
Well-
when we discussed it, I think we kind of go on to other stuff. Like
We
kind of
did.
ramble on.
we did. I mean, we're both pretty guilty of the rambling or the million goodbyes.
Yes, that's
Goodbye, goodbye.
right.
It's true. But yeah, no, like I was talking about giving them like Great Weapon Master because I think that would be phenomenal. Because we were talking about the martialness of it. I mentioned like an AOE like presence of having like constant fire damage for like if the fighter chooses to try and like take on a big fire giant in melee, which frankly realistically should be I personally think something that the fire giant mechanically should actively discourage because it's a big giant. Like grab my little fighter in example, like his head is smaller than the head of that maul. It's
My God,
Not-
that's a tiny person.
as a normal person, it's a big giant, right? So it's something like that. I've talked about before in previous streams with the storm giant and in discussion with you before that I really like the idea of there being mechanics that give giants and other large creatures a way to mechanically throw their weight, so to say. So like to give them ways of controlling the board and where figures are placed. So like giving them an ability to kick players like a soccer ball, or to just be able to pick them up and like throw them, 10 spaces away.
Yeah,
Like stuff like that, right? Like if they can throw a boulder, which is already significant in weight, like a player should go just as far.
Yeah, and like giants in media, like pick up people
Mhm.
and just kind of like toss them around, shake them around, and kind of throw them on the ground and stuff. That's like an iconic giant thing to do. So they should really do stuff like that,
Well, and exactly right. And it's like from a giant, I think the CR that giants are is comically low. Like it should be like what are you doing? Like why are 5 dirt farmers who picked up swords and now think that they're heroes going and fighting something like cataclysmically large?
They should be on par with dragons. I think they really should be.
I really think so. Like in the D&D lore, they supposedly had wars with the dragons, and like you look at the stat blocks and you go, no, they didn't.
No,
They
don't
don't give me that nonsense, right? So I think they need more. I do like the idea that they do throw the rocks, and maybe that's how they were able to deal with dragons on top of like their selective damage immunities, depending on what you're talking about. But it's not enough to make a difference.
Yeah.
So I don't know. What would you do to make a fighter giant specifically just a little more fascinating?
Well, I think we mentioned it. I think maybe just some of the new listeners here weren't here when I mentioned it. Going alongside the fire element and like having their sword be like a flame
Yeah,
tongue
yeah,
sword.
yeah.
Going with that element of it, using their fire heritage, really going with that. Like I know he's like fire breathing might be a bit too dragony, but like
Mhm.
having like
Something like that, like a fire punch.
something like a fire punch, having like an essence of fire about them, kind of like a maybe like a feat of like a fire aura that if you are too close to it, you can actually feel the heat of it and you have disadvantage attack or something. To
Oh
attack it
yeah,
like
because you have to
maybe
close your
like,
eyes, otherwise they're hurting.
yeah, or and it's hard. You can't touch them at all. Like maybe you can't climb on them, or it's hard. Like it's hard to even attack them with a melee weapon because you actually just you're burning because they are just their fire incarnate basically.
Yeah.
Like they're like a fire in their instead of just like organs or whatever, they have fire in their bellies basically. You know.
Yeah.
Going with I like that element of it, I think, and like going with that is super cool. And also giants in general using a lot more abilities to do with them being gargantuan, humongous folk. Like what we said, picking up, throwing. A lot more abilities to do with like if I was using an encounter, I'd say like smashing through. Like I'd do like a city encounter, like a Godzilla-esque, where they're smashing through buildings and stuff. You have to kind of try and run away or hop onto buildings and jump on their heads and stuff. You know.
On that, there's something comical. There's something that's missing from all of the giants except for the Storm King's Thunder variant fire giant, and that is Siege Monster. Not one of them has Siege Monster, and it seems like such a obvious and missed opportunity.
Thanks for listening, Stephen. Talk to you. Thank you very
Have a
much
good
for
one. Thanks for dropping in, Stephen. It was nice to see you, buddy. But like, why? Why no Siege Monster? Right? Like,
and the first thing to do when you're changing up that monster, just they have that. They can siege through.
Yeah,
anything.
exactly, right?
Like they just can just do that.
Like it's so. You can very much tell like this was in the infancy of 5th edition that they were writing these things. It's like why guys, like, and very much and I was kind of calling out earlier, a little guilty of just copying and pasting older editions. Like it's
I think so.
it's the only way I can see that happening.
What are some good fire themed spells? Because that's always my first thing I go to when I'm changing up monsters is giving them innate spell casting or just like abilities that kind of mirror some spells. Because that's a good thing to kind of go with first.
So for me, my favorite, obviously, I'm going to ignore Fireball because that's the most obvious. Wall of Fire. Wall of Fire is for me.
Yeah.
Bye, Kelsey. Have fun. Thanks
very
for
much
the raid. Yeah. So Wall of Fire, I love that spell a lot. What else?
Wall of Fire, absolutely. Hold on, I'm having like a 5e spells here. Let me just fire. Let's see, Firebolt, Fire Shield. Ooh, that's cool.
Fire Shield's cool.
That'll be, now, Delayed Blast Fireball. I wouldn't use that, but
It's such
I
a weird
would use an
spell.
idea. It is quite weird, but I would. That gives me an idea in my head of like it. It might not even be a spell, but maybe when it stomps on the ground.
Okay, yeah.
I don't
Like
even
a
know
pillar
what
of flame
Fireball
comes out.
Flame, you could do that, or just generally when it stomps on the ground, it leaves like a scorched mark, or like if it's fast, it goes on fire because it's basically its boots are just generally on fire, you know. So maybe it's just and
it would be
maybe a
Yep. Go on. Oh no, you go ahead. I interrupted.
maybe a super ability is like he does like a fire stomp where he can step on it, Maybe
Mhm.
it's like a pillar of flame, or like a even like a thunder wave esque ability, but it's fire wave, I guess.
Mhm.
Something like that.
I know that there is what is it? It's like pillar of flame or like bonfire or something. You could do
Yeah.
something as simple as every space that the fire giant leaves, like for the next 10 minutes, it's on fire. So like as they are moving and like running across the field, they are creating more and more hazardous, dangerous terrain.
Yeah, that's cool.
So you
I
could
like
do
that.
something like that. Um,
Just like they just flame arrows. Like have them use a bow and just have them
mhm.
as flame arrows. Like making arrows of flame out of their just out of nothing, just out of their general aura because there's like fire around them out of the air around them.
So
They're
I,
just
I
basically a somber
yeah,
like
I take something back. I am going to mention fireball, but
okay.
the idea that the rocks that they throw are magma or like so charged with the essence of fire that where they land, there's a fireball effect.
Interesting stuff. Yeah, that's very cool.
That'd be
That's like
very dangerous.
they all have just the rock ability, and I understand it, but like it seems
It's
like all the
so
stat blocks are
bland.
yeah, it's just like we have weapon and rock. That's it. Like that's all the giants have. Like,
Yeah,
uh,
strong throw
so
rock. And like,
but like
where are they
how it
getting the
how,
rocks?
yeah,
Like, if there are no giant rocks nearby, how do they generate the rocks? Do they all just have infinite boulder ammo? Where are they getting rocks?
uh, I think yeah, but a magma rock. That's like
Hmm.
it's like the flavor's great. It's like it's
Yeah.
a vol. It's like an erupting volcano. Maybe it's like it's almost like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh, it
Like
could like
it's
maybe it like spits it out. Like it's just like and then
well,
might be a huge rock, but it's like a magma rock basically, or a few magma rocks that just spits out at you.
or like it can create the vision too that like if you have like a herd or tribe or whichever a collection these rocks like you end up creating like an effect comparable to meteor swarm.
Side transfer said their
Their
ass.
ass. Their butt.
They get
Fire
from their butt.
farts.
Fire farts. Yep, lots of different stuff.
Yeah.
Their
Or are
farts
you
is
saying
fun.
that something is just a poor quality and that is it could be either way.
No, it's just
um,
like you were saying they get the rocks from, and I guess the answer to that is
oh, yeah, 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 yeah. You got it there.
yeah.
Yes.
To your point though, I just wanted to say that because it was funny.
Oh yeah, no, Nicole's great. Nicole is super funny. Um, but yeah, no, I think like all of these things already like that's so much cooler. And then not to mention there is so I have used this example a million times and I will continue to use it. So let's say I have my hobby knife. If I accidentally, and I've got a guard here, of course, if my hobby knife goes through my hand, I'm going to be in a great deal of pain. I will be, but the damage done to me would be superficial compared to, and obviously this is for example purposes only, Ganon, who is much smaller and his organs are much like more compact. So the reason I bring this up, similarly, this hero's sword and this giant, if he's only getting the legs, it'll hurt. Don't get me wrong. It'll do damage. Absolutely. But I don't think just having high health equates or translates very well to that. With the vehicles that they did, they did a like the vehicle rules and they did damage resistance. And so I like the idea that like maybe giants have damage resistance 5 like and what this ends up doing is it's not very much but it makes it so that the players have to use some of their heavier spells. Like you're not going to see the wizard just casting magic missile at a fire giant and hoping that it's going to take out the fire giant. No, no, no. You have to use your spell slots. You have to use something a little more oomph to it. Or likewise, this giant's large weapon is going to be catastrophic to the player. Now that doesn't mean make all the hits critical hits, but what I did in a game was if you take a melee hit or any damage from a giant, what ends up happening is now you have to roll on a brutal injury chart. It's more than just damage, because damage is just damage. But it's like, all right, you took a hit, roll a d20 for me, tell me what the number is. I go and I refer to the table. I am sorry to regret you. You have lost your left eye.
Yeah.
Or like, it is like the sword landed down and you dodged for the most part, except for your foot. Your foot is gone. And I think something like that can be... It's absolutely like... And obviously these are all just options and like things to consider. Some people might not have fun with that. Have to be like plain and obvious. Some people just would not have fun with that.
Yeah, and I think that even in the game, if you are doing just like bog standard, what it says, like, you know, roll a dice, the giant hits you and you take damage, you wouldn't be like taking that, like the flavor of it wouldn't be that the giant is just attacking with their sword and you get hit. Like, in like it would just, you know, you'll be dead with one hit.
Oh
so
yeah, exactly.
How I would do it was like, no matter, even if you get hit per se,
you're narrowly dodging
out of the way.
Yeah,
you really narrowly dodge. You get hit, or you dodge it completely, but you take damage from the dodge, you know,
or the threshold or the thrash of the attack. Like the impact absolutely. Like knocks you down a little bit. Like absolutely. For me, and you know what, there's a what do you call it, a supplement that somebody came up with on Drive-Thru RPG. Remarkable. They did a similar idea where there were different types of hit points. There's the hit points that are basically exactly what you've described, and then there's the hit point, like if those empty, your direct health starts taking damage, and it's a much smaller pool. But what I really liked about this was that a critical hit bypassed those like superficial I dodge hit point pools and went straight to your actual, like, if this goes to 0, I die.
Right. Yeah.
And I thought that was a very cool idea. Just redesigning how hit points are treated.
Absolutely. That's cool.
I'll have to, at the end of, I don't know the name of it off the top of my head, but I will send that to you. I can even just send you a photo of the excerpt, because I thought it was
absolutely
just the way that it's phrased. I was like, yes, this is cool.
Send it on.
Yeah. But you know, I think I'm just going to do a little bit more armor. I'm probably going to call it quits. I've been streaming for quite a while now, longer than I usually do.
I've been talking to you
4.5 hours. Yeah, and it's obviously late for you. I mean, I know it is a weekend for you,
it is,
but
it's a Saturday night, and as I said, I'm not really working anymore. So at the moment, at least.
Yeah.
And also, I'm fine with staying up. Like I don't really go to bed until pretty late when it comes to the weekend.
Oh yeah, but just a heads up that I will be wrapping up. There's the intention. God knows when it's actually going to happen. It's like going grocery shopping in the pandemic. It's like, I know I need the food, but going outside and doing all that is just such a hassle. I just want to put it off as long as I can.
Yeah,
you know.
I get you. I've been there.
Oh, not very fun. He's got a little metal face on his crotch guard.
Really cool. A lot of little details.
Oh yeah. Maybe I should make this like tin or brass. You know, maybe I'll do that. Big yawns. Big yawns.
Big follows.
Big follows cousin.
Big yawns.
I don't get it. Why is no one paying me for big yawns?
Yeah.
Couldn't tell you.
I don't know why no one's going to big follows. I don't know why no one bought follows yet, but all right, that's fine. I guess more follows for me then.
Let's see here. All right, so I like that. Yeah, because I want to change up the metals. The cavity of holding. Oh goodness, God, Nicole. You got me there,
Going out
Nicole.
with a lot of bangers during this stream. There's a lot of bangers there.
Oh
I love
God,
it.
yeah. It helps that Nicole will not hold back.
It's good. At least it's this stream. At least we're getting it all out on the stream I'm in.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All the filthy, all the swear words, and then back to business as usual. Next stream.
Oh goodness. You bring the worst in me. Oh, this is my fault now.
Well, it's true, Chris. Like, you bring the worst out in my streams. So.
Oh, I do. Yeah, I do. I can't hold that back. I can't lie about that. The illusion is broken. There is no wholesome. All right, let's see here. Oh, I kind of like that.
Yeah.
That looks real nice.
It's always your fault.
Always. Always, always. All right, let's see here. Ooh, yes. Yes. I am here for this.
What we got? The 10. Ooh, that was good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I want to see a bit more of that 10 around there, though. Around to the other parts, like the square bits there, maybe.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, all the little decal bits and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. It looks nice. Combination of two different metal paints, and then I'll get to do some nice weathering effects on it. Next, don't want it to be all just bright shiny metal. It's a little boring. Let's see here. So can make the belly bit like that. I think I like that idea. It kind of helps in differentiating the class and rank. That maybe her armor is just a lot better than his.
Sorry, Chris, I'm spacing out now.
No, you're all good, man. You're getting tired. It's all good.
I think so. I might just
yeah.
be. But I think I'm in for a long run now, so I have to go on for the entire stream.
Oh, is that how it goes?
I'll be weak if I leave
Oh,
now.
oh yeah. Everyone will know you're a fake streamer. I don't know. No, man. If you gotta go to sleep, I mean, it's late. That's just your body telling you it's bedtime. You know, like Ganon thinks it always is.
And
Isn't
food
that
time.
right, Ganon? And food time. There's only two states of existence. Don't you know?
Bedtime and food time.
Hunger
That's true.
and bedtime.
Tracks from your playlist. I'd
Yeah.
say if you just stick on your playlist
And then see where Spotify
takes
takes you. Yeah. No, it takes you to some pretty nice places. It does.
obviously, I understand if you're not able to play. You're not able to play everything, of course, but in your own time.
No.
I
Oh
agree.
yeah. Oh yeah. No. I quite like that playlist too. It,
Mm.
I have another one that is just for my own personal stuff, and it's full of like remixes of like Kirby music and the like.
Oh,
And I'm just like, oh, this is so good.
yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, it's unfortunate. So one of the guys that's in my playlist, Special 97.
Yeah.
So I actually got direct permission from him to use his music, but
Very
I
cool.
guess he has used his music on Facebook because Facebook mutes the recordings of the videos now and is like, hey, you're using someone's copyrighted music. I'm like, but I've got his permission. And I have no
Yeah.
option to dispute it.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, well, what do I do? I guess nothing.
So your streams are muted after they're done, or
Some of them, yeah, but only on Facebook.
right? Yeah.
Which is too bad. But you know,
Yeah.
that's the break sometimes.
That's just how it is.
Yeah,
Showbiz.
yeah, exactly. That's showbiz, baby. Yeah, so that's not too bad. I think. Do I do a handle? Heck, I don't know. I might end up just taking a break myself. I've been painting for quite a while.
Good looking giant. The other one's a good looking one too.
Oh, thank you.
You got a lot of good a lot of good painting today.
English is hard, yo.
It is, yeah.
I don't care what anyone says. English is a freaking hard language. So I don't give anyone beef when they're like saying anything wrong. I'm like, nope, I gotcha. I feel ya. I feels it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna finish this face and I'm just gonna call her quits.
It's got
I
face
need a
on that one
break.
as well.
Oh, their faces everywhere. They kind of remind me of like the Spirit Temple, or like
Yeah.
what's that? What's that
Oh, yeah.
Spirit-esque temple in Majora's Mask?
The stone tower.
Yes. Like they absolutely remind me of that. Let's see if I can zoom in a little closer here. And do that.
Yeah.
Like just creepy faces everywhere.
Yeah. I love that detail. That's very cool.
You know, maybe I should do this one too. This one and then none other. I will say for 10 other times.
Another.
You-
Just one more bit of paint.
Yeah, I was gonna say you were very correct in calling me out on that. Just like, just a little bit more, just a little bit more.
Just one more bit.
Yeah. It's like Chris is never gonna finish this painting. It's gonna be 10 years later. Just one more.
Yeah. 10 years later.
Yeah, exactly. For cripe's sake, Chris, it's more done than most people would call finished.
Please, it's gonna be done, and you're like, just one more bit, and just like one more little bit.
At the end of it, it's the mini is like a completely different color scheme. Just one more
Yeah.
bit.
This is just my life now. I'm just gonna watch you paint this this giant.
This one giant and none others.
Yeah, none others.
I guess I should probably finish this one too. Do 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 do. Yeah, I like doing metal. I had a lot of fun painting the Clockwork Dragon. I kind of wish that I was streaming when I did that one, because that one.
Yeah, that one turned out really well. I saw a picture. You did put a picture of that, right? I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure I
it's
remember
on my Instagram. Yeah, so
that. Yeah.
I did a lot of metal effects.